Welcome to the Planning Committee in December. A bit of housekeeping first. If you hear the fire alarm, please leave by the double doors, go downstairs, out through the main door and congregate on the far bit of the car park. If anybody wishing to speak tonight doesn't want to be recorded, then please let the committee clerk know so you won't be recorded. Also, being that the level of speakers goes over the 1 hour rule in our constitution, I am therefore cutting down everybody by 1 minute. So those who had 3 will have 2, and those who have 5 will have 4. And that's to be equitable to everybody who wants to speak. So anyway, moving swiftly on, we'll start the meeting. Apologies.
Thank you. Apologies, Councillor Froggatt. Substitute Councillor Wakeman.
Okay, thank you very much. Item 2, approval of the minutes. I so move. All those in favour, please shout. That's been granted unanimously. Item 3, interest. Councillor Rose.
It's my intention, Mr. Chairman, to speak only as ward member on the knock-down application, and I will absent myself from the room.
Okay, so when it comes to speak, I'll get somebody to come bring you back in. Okay then. So anyway, application for determination. So application 5.1, there is some late reps on it. So if you want to read the late representations first, and then we'll move on into the meeting. Everybody happy? We want a couple more minutes. Okay. Everybody happy now? Okay. Right, straight into public participation. So the first speaker on my list is Councillor Louise Corbett, Constituent Hopton Parish Council, to speak against the application. You have 2 minutes. I'll let you know when there's 30 seconds left.
The Parish Council strongly object to the application. As a Parish Council, we've only been approached by one member of the parish expressing support and are concerned that the applicants believe there has been local pressure to object. We have been overwhelmed by the strength of local opposition to this application, as evidenced by the number of representations received from local residents. The Parish Council have already set out various issues which led us to object, particularly the suitability of this type of development in the rural countryside so close to Carsington Water. We are aware that many residents feel very strongly about road safety and speeding. We would also ask that when you consider the creation of new jobs in relation to this application, that you consider how many jobs have already been lost when the applicants took over the Knockdown Inn and chose to close it. This was a thriving enterprise, and the Parish Council believed that the equivalent of 40 part-time jobs were lost, this without the need for a new building or car parking on agricultural land. We wish to direct your focus to the sustainability of this development in this location. At the heart of the applicant's business lies the cult of the machine, a place for car and motorbike enthusiasts to meet, and that is the fundamental problem here, when viewed against the Council's stated commitment to making Derbyshire Dales carbon neutral by 2030. The application site is in remote countryside away from facilities. The local bus service ceases at 5:30 and does not run on a Sunday. We can see no mention of alternate means of accessing the site in the
30
application.
seconds left.
And by implication, it's expected those attending will arrive in a vehicle or on a motorbike, hence the need for greatly increased car parking facilities. Residents are being encouraged to go green, and there are a number of initiatives the Council is promoting to further this aim. We would invite this committee to lead the way by using its influence to reduce emissions across the district and refuse this application, which appears to us to be wholly inconsistent with the Council's green strategies. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on my list is Councillor Chris State, Ogneston Parish Council Steering Group, to speak against the application. You have 2 minutes. I'll let you know when there's 30 seconds left.
Good evening, Chris State, Parish Councillor, Ogneston. Sustainability is at the core of the National Planning Policy Framework. This is embedded in your local Derbyshire Dales Development Plan. Key points: economic objectives in the right place, social objective, beautiful and safe places supporting healthy well-being, and we are on the Peak Park fringe. Environmental objective, protecting natural resources, minimising pollution, and moving to a low-carbon economy. The new Levelling and Regeneration Bill will appear this year, and it reinforces beauty, infrastructure, democracy, environment, and neighbourhoods. Caffeine and machine is not low-carbon or sustainable. We estimate another 2,000 tonnes of CO2 will appear in Derbyshire as people dash in and out to this event. The development fails on 9 of the 18 local plan policies applying to the countryside. Failing most spectacularly on policy S1, it is not a contribution to being sustainable. Neither does it pass on design and placemaking, PD1, or climate change, PD7. And that's just 3. And I would remind you that Derbyshire Dales declared a climate emergency in 2019. We fully support the planning team and this committee in refusing this permission.
30 seconds left.
We request the planning committee vote to support and refuse the application, particularly ensuring no creeping brownfield developments are undertaken on this site, as we have seen the applicant undertake at their previous sites, where they have often gone for retrospective planning permission, not respecting the plans. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next on my list is Mr. Tim Foxlow, local resident, to speak against the application. You have 2 minutes. I'll let you know when there's 30 seconds left. Can you turn your microphone on, please?
Sorry. Tim Foxlow, Netherton Hall Farm, Bradbourne. We own a large livery yard 1 mile from the proposed venue. I'm a petrol head and I race regularly on circuits. I do enjoy speed and noise myself. But my primary concern this evening is that of road safety. C&M customers will travel significant distances on motorways and more locally on B roads and our country lanes to the Knockadown. Animals, tractors, caravans, peak waste lorries and other lorries use these roads on a daily basis. We have 11 junctions within 1 mile of the site. There's been 24 serious accidents and 6 deaths since 2017, 3 serious accidents in the last 10 days. These roads are unsuitable for the additional volume and type of traffic proposed. You will have seen on the YouTube links provided in our letter to the committee videos of cars recently leaving the site at Ettington. Many visitors leave the Ettington site giving it large. Why have the power and noise if you're not going to use it? C&M clearly have no control when the drivers and when vehicles leave that site and exit it. Secondly, noise pollution. The legal limit for noise emissions is 72 decibels on the road. Circuit days and track days have 105 decibels. High performance cars and modified
30
vehicles
seconds left.
commonly exceed 109 decibels. Carsington Water is a valley. Noise resonates around the valley and destroying the local amenity and damaging our local nature. We live close to some of the best driving roads in the country, as mentioned in lots of magazines and on TV. Lots of us love fast, powerful cars, but on a racetrack, please, and not on our country roads. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next on my list is Councillor Rob Savage, Chairman of Knifton Parish Council, to speak against the application. You have 2 minutes, and I'll let you know when this 30 seconds.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. My name is Rob Savage, and I'm the Chair of Knifton Parish Council. I'm going to talk this evening on road safety impact of this application. With regard to this application, it is a matter of grave safety concern to the parish, and the site is located on an unlit road where the applicant's own data shows that drivers are exceeding the speed limit. And you've just heard from the previous presentation about the fatal accident statistics for this road. There is no footpath adjacent to this site. There's no safety island. There is no refuge for any pedestrians whatsoever that are approaching or passing the property or crossing the road. The application outlines a significant increase in these activities during events. The impact on the approach roads is a material consideration too, both from a capacity and from a safety perspective. As evidenced by the use of safety cameras by the police on these roads, they are roads on which drivers are prone to drive quickly and on which the police therefore have road safety concerns already, and a situation that were made significantly worse. The Police and Crime Commissioner and the Police Road Safety Team have expressed their concerns about this application. The applicant has stated that they will use both a car park ticket system...
30 seconds left.
Sorry?
30 seconds left.
Thank you. Car park ticket system and car park marshals to regulate the use of the car park. The only rational conclusion for such an undertaking is that the car park will be over capacity. Therefore, inevitably, traffic will queue, park and obstruct the public highway in an area where the applicant has no authority whatsoever. Based on this application should be refused first and foremost on the grounds of safety. Thank you.
Councillor Lees, would you like to go and fetch Councillor Rose in? Thank you very much, Councillor Lees.
Thank you.
Councillor Rose, you have 4 minutes. I'll let you know when there's 30 seconds left.
Thank you. Members of the committee, I speak to you only as ward member for Carsington Water, representing 9 villages within close proximity to this application. I will not be taking part in the debate or voting. I have no prejudicial interest in this item. My role as ward member is solely to represent those communities. This application is close to Carsington Water, which attracts over 1.2 million visitors a year to enjoy the peaceful environment. You have visited the site yesterday and listened to representations from the applicant and from members of the communities affected by this development this evening, as shown by this 500+ petition and 100 written objections on the portal. So I've got the petition here. The officers are recommending this application for refusal and state the policy numbers it does not conform to. The local plan states that a new development should represent sustainable growth in tourism in sustainable locations where needs are not met by existing facilities in the local area. The Knockadown has for years been a successful family pub, as the sale price of $950,000 indicates, until the new owners closed it. This application changes that concept completely, and in many ways has been a loss of public amenity and turned this into a brownfield site. The applicant states that compared with existing facilities, overflow parking and campsite, increased visits will not be significant. The few caravans will join the summer months only. Therefore, will they need parking for 120+ cars and 50,000 expected visitors all the year round? The Knockadown always had a sign advertising for staff and employed 22 currently. The Edgington site, also owned by Caffeine Machine, has job adverts in the Indeed recruitment website that offer 40 contract hours, ranging from £6.50 to £14 per hour for between 8 and 12-hour shifts. The staff will clearly not be attracted by 0 hours and have to pay for their own transport. By their own admission, 40% of workforce is casual 0 hours, 80 to 60% are under 35, and 2/3 are casual and part-time. An application of this type is unsuitable for this location. In conclusion, hundreds of objections from Derbyshire Dales residents local to this development, together with unanimous opposition from the 9 parish councils and the Derbyshire Police Commissioner, together with the Peak Park, cannot be ignored. You have heard all of the facts in favour and against. This development will bring no benefits to the area whatsoever, only attracting high-performance car enthusiasts who don't have to live here, and danger for those of us who
30 seconds
do,
left.
together with CO2 emissions, road dangers, noise, and no footpaths. We live here because we love the countryside and tranquility, and visitors come here because of that. Members of the committee, please support the officer's recommendation of refusal.
Thank you very much, Councillor Rose. The next on my list is Alex Millward, local resident, to speak in favour of the application. You have 2 minutes. I'll let you know when there's 30 seconds left.
Hello. Now, I don't know whether you've seen the letter dated 9th of December to Derbyshire Dales Planning, but Caffeine Machine are basically a pub business. They've bought a pub. They're opening anyway in the spring, regardless of this application. That said, I think we ought to work with them. There's a lot of things in this application that are good for everybody. There's a new access that improves road safety, not for just people leaving the site, but for everybody passing the site. Now, people have commented about the access to the Knockadown for years. Are we going to seriously turn down safer access? They're opening anyway in the spring, maybe on a restricted basis, but they're opening in the spring. When it comes down to car park numbers, their existing car park, if you look on Google Earth, you can see there's 31 tarmac car park spaces, There's 42 overflow car park spaces next to the beer garden. There's 38 caravan hookup points for dedicated caravan and camping. A caravan is towed by a car. There's then the glamping pods. There's also dedicated camping areas that haven't got electric hookups, which formulates another 30 spaces. There's 141 virtual spaces currently on site. Caffeine and Machine have asked for 97 plus 6 electric car charging points for zero emission vehicles. That's more than any other venue in the area. The reason they want the
30 seconds left.
The reason they want the 6 zero car charging points, they have zero emission days. This article in the Coventry Telegraph that explains about Caffeine and Machine's zero emission days, where they only allow zero emission cars on site. They've been promoting this for a while. So when you look at the 150 they want, including the staff, it's only 9 more than there's ever been. And you can't tell me that a Range Rover towing a caravan
very much,
is
Mr.
environmentally friendly.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Right, the last on my list is Dan Macken, Director of Caffeine and Machine. He's the applicant. To speak in favour of the application, you have 4 minutes, and I'll let you know when there's 30 seconds left.
Thank you, Chair. I acknowledge the range of views expressed in response to our application, and I will address many of these concerns. I would also like to thank your officers for their fair and professional report. It is clear that they've given the proposal and the representations careful consideration. We note that your officers have rightly recognised that a number of the local concerns are not planning considerations relevant to the determination of this application. Looking at the 3 recommended reasons for refusal. First, unsustainable development. We don't agree that the proposal is unsustainable development, and there is more to this assessment than non-car and public transport accessibility. Our business will bring a range of social, economic, and environmental benefits to an existing pub site and improve the range of hospitality facilities available locally. We know that the Planning Committee did not previously agree with your officer's assessment of the neighbouring jewellery centre in this regard, and urge you to consider our proposal with a similarly open mind. We believe that our proposal will also deliver economic benefits to the area. Second, urbanising effect. We have worked with our professional team to develop a design and layout which is sympathetic to the setting of the site. The laying out of a well-landscaped, locally sourced gravel surface area with low-level lighting and the addition of a small agricultural-style building close to the existing pub will not have a significant urbanising effect. These features are common in many rural settings, and we believe the works we propose will improve the overall appearance of the site. Third and finally, the lack of information on protected species and biodiversity. We find this difficult to understand and accept, as no significant works to the main building are proposed as part of this application. Our recent submissions have demonstrated that this is not a defendable reason for refusal. I would like to now focus on our proposals and operations, many aspects of which have been misrepresented and exaggerated in the representations received, despite our efforts to engage with the local community and provide opportunities for questions to be answered. Antisocial behaviour is absolutely unacceptable to us. I see that objectors have searched the internet for examples associated with CNM, some of which do go far back as 2018, before we implemented additional measures such as number plate recognition, on-site marshalling and ticketed entry for special events only. That only a relatively small number of examples have been found over this 4-year period is an indication of our effective management measures and responsible approach. At our site near Stratford, which is similar in many ways to the Knockerdown, but on a much larger scale, our business grew rapidly. We admit to being caught out by the strong demand at times, but responded quickly and decisively by adapting our operations and managing both the on-site and off-site effects of our events. We were and remain committed to being a responsible operator who makes a positive contribution to our local community and the wider area. We work collaboratively with a range of local stakeholders and public authorities, including Warwickshire's Police and Crime Commissioner on road safety campaigns. We would be pleased to do the same here in Derbyshire to help address existing issues. The main reason for our application is to apply the lessons learnt from our first site in Stratford. We know that we could lawfully open at the Knockerdown tomorrow and run a reduced operation from the current building and site. Regarding parking, the proposed provision and display space will accommodate the expected demand. Importantly, the number of spaces proposed is broadly comparable with the total number of formal and informal spaces currently available on the site. We are committed to making our events as safe and well managed as possible. Please work with us to support our investment in the site and the local economy and our role in the community as a family-friendly venue. Granting planning permission also provides an opportunity for the council to agree some enforceable management measures and controls with us through conditions, and these would reassure the local community. Finally, a point about jobs. We offer a wide range of high-quality employment opportunities, and many of our team have gone on to start careers in the automotive and hospitality industries as a result of the experience and contacts they've secured through Caffeine and Machine. We are confident that we can offer the same exciting
very much,
and
Mr.
rewarding
Mackey.
opportunities here. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So over to Joe.
Yes, excuse me. Thank you, Chair. So members will have visited the site yesterday to appreciate the site and the proposals in the context. I did just note the length of the description of development, so I'll just briefly cover what we're actually looking at here. It's the change of use of the pub and associated land to a mixed-use development, and that's comprising a pub and restaurant operating from the existing pub building with ancillary retail. There's a new emporium unit with associated coffee shop and facilities. There's a new access point, which again members will have seen on site, which is to be used for exit only, exiting the site only. I think there's a one-way route proposed through the site, and the associated car parking with the development as well. Officers have had concerns with a number of reasons with this application. Obviously, the previous speaker set out the 3 reasons for refusal. The first being on the principle of development and intensifying, and albeit an existing brownfield site, it's intensifying the site, which we deem to be in an unsustainable location. The second reason being the new building and associated hard standing and car parking areas and the detrimental impact on the countryside landscape. And the third, I think the previous speaker mentioned that we have, and you'll note from the late representations, we have received further comments from the applicant's ecologist. We haven't had a chance to run this by Derbyshire Wildlife Trust as yet, but I think even if we did, following consultation with Derbyshire Wildlife Trust, consider that we could control these, address this issue by condition, I think we've still got the 2 fundamental concerns with the application outlined in the first 2 reasons for refusal. So I'm happy to take some questions.
Right, members' questions. Councillor Slack.
Thank you, Chair. Could you tell me, please, how many events have this put out per annum? How many events will they take place?
I don't know. The change of use will allow them to hold events on the site.
And you've no idea how many events they'll hold? They'll not give you any information?
No, not currently.
Thank you.
Councillor Allison.
Thank you, Chair. Just for my own clarification, obviously that road will be policed by Derbyshire Constabulary. Am I correct in understanding they didn't put any objections into this application? Thank you.
So we consulted Derbyshire Constabulary, and they raised no objections to the application. Yeah, that's right. But then obviously subsequently we did receive comments from the Police and Crime Commissioner, but not Derbyshire Constabulary. No.
Councillor Hughes.
Thank you, Chair. I'm concerned about consistency, and I raised a question in yesterday's site visit about consistency of the refusal here and the acceptance by the committee of the seller's proposal that is next door to this site. And I'm also concerned that many of the issues that are raised are about the specific nature of the business rather than the developer. I understand that the criteria used here were mainly to do with the additional car parking or the change in the location of the car parking spaces. So, but I find it difficult to understand why it's viewed as urbanization when really it's an extension of an existing building and movement of car parking spaces from one location to another.
Is there actually a question in this, Councillor Hughes?
Yeah, that's the question. That's the question.
I'll just come back on that, Councillor Hughes. We have obviously an adjacent site, and you're right to point out that Officers also recommended refusal of that application for the jewellery centre on grounds of sustainability of location, but also the associated impact on the landscape. That was pre the current local plan. We have an up-to-date development plan in respect of this type of development, which is generally in accordance and aligns with guidance in the National Planning Policy Framework that seeks to locate employment development in more sustainable locations. We have an existing employment use, but what we're dealing with here is a change of use of the building and also additional development. So there is an intensification of that use, and it's for members to consider whether they think this is an appropriate location for that type of development. Members, maybe before your time, but members gave weight in respect of the seller's application to the economic benefits to be derived from that particular application, and also the complementing use with the reservoir and the use of that facility for recreational purposes. So those things were weighed in the balance, but it was a different policy context at that time.
The same economic benefit would arise from this, would it, or would they view that differently as well?
The economic benefits are different in terms of number of people employed, the nature of the business that's undertaken, whether or not it complements the use of that area generally and ties into the recreational use, if you like, of the reservoir. So I think it's a different argument. But there are benefits. I'm not saying there's no benefits, but you can't draw parallels with this application.
Councillor Burfill.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know whether you'll be able to answer this really, but anyway, I'll give you the opportunity. I was intrigued by what the applicant said about it being a family-friendly application and development. Just looking at the description of the development, I can't really see anything in there that's family-friendly. Have you any idea whether there are proposed any facilities for families as opposed to people coming on high-performance vehicles?
From my understanding of the application, the nature of the use is that it's targeted to car enthusiasts, and that can include young people as well as adults. So it can be a shared interest across the family, and it's something that's encouraged by the applicant.
Okay, Councillor Burfill. Councillor Purdy.
Thanks, Chair. Well, I can confirm what Chris says. I was a member of the planning committee that did approve the seller's application because it was very much different to this. I can only assure you that it was very much different. And we've always taught, don't look at comparatives, you have to treat with this on its merit. Chris, has there been any dialogue with the applicant with regard to this wholesale concern by the public in that area, which I fully understand, with regard to road safety? Has there been any dialogue with the applicant, and is there any chance that a condition could be put on that would prohibit such vehicular activity in that area? I can guess what you're going to say, but I need to ask the question.
It's beyond the powers of the local planning authority to control the behaviour of road users. The local highway authority have given a view in terms of the impact of intensification of use, so increased vehicle movements to and from the site and the impact that will have on the local road network. They're satisfied that those impacts won't be severe to the extent that we'd be able to sustain a recommendation of refusal on such grounds. The applicant has, in their address to members, mentioned the operation of their site in Warwickshire, and we have been sent a copy of a letter from the Police and Crime Commissioner for that area, just outlining that there were problems with that site initially, but the applicant has put measures in place to address some of those concerns. So we have to trust that the applicant will put measures in place to prevent nuisance to the local communities, and it's certainly beyond the powers of this authority to impose conditions relating to behaviour of people that may use the site.
Okay, got nobody else down for questions, so move into debate. Councillor Fitzherbert.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I know this site well. I mean, indeed, I drive home this way from this building on the way home, and past a lot of the residents' houses that have spoken tonight. I thought long and hard about this one, and obviously I went on the site visit yesterday, which is incredibly useful. And I'd also like to congratulate the officers on their very, very thorough report, because we're trying to balance here a new business against the impact on our environment and our landscape here, and on other locals, our indigenous population here. So I've listened to the applicant, both on site yesterday and tonight, and they're very eloquent, and he's obviously a responsible businessman and trader, and has a responsibility to both his visitors and the locals alike, as has been said about the Stratford site. However, we've got representations here from 483 signatures of a petition. We have the ward member, we have the national park. There is a lot of local concern. We have 2 parish councils, and we have the police and crime commissioner. You balance that against the jobs, the tourism spend. You know, I note that the Sellers, the new site at Sellers, which is taking place now, and as we saw on site yesterday, you know, the site does need to be cleaned up. I think we'll all agree with that, those of us who were there yesterday. But I fear that the local concern, the other concerns that have all been so eloquently said tonight, are of utmost importance here. The sustainability and the climate change, and all the other factors, the 11 junctions that Mr. Foxlow mentioned, in that, all within sort of a mile of the site itself. So I think the officers have done a very good job. It may well be that this application comes back to the room, but I'd like to remove officers' recommendation for refusal, please, on those grounds as set out on page 41.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fitzherbert. Councillor Donnelly.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Well, I would like to second the application for recommendation. My main concern was really, as ex-fire officer, and 2 more on my right here will probably back me up, road safety, because these machines are very, very powerful machines. We have some very busy roads around here. Equally, we can say we condition this, we can condition that. We can't condition drivers out on the highway. Simple as that. We can't do it. So that's one of my main concerns, really. So I will be supporting the officer's recommendation for refusal.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Slack.
Thank you, Chair. Crossing to water, when it opened, we never expected to be the success it was. Families go there at the weekends, have barbecues. It's a really family-oriented place for people to meet friends and enjoy the countryside. And to have this kind of business coming in would be destructive, totally destructive. I look at Carsington, and it's a wonderful place, really. And I have the ward next door, Wordsworth is my ward next door, and the other side of me is Masson. And at Matlock Bath, each Sunday, motorbikes absolutely saturate Matlock Bath. And you know the consequence of this, don't you? The motorbikes will travel from that venue at Knockerdown to Matlock Bath. And some of the roads, as Ruby Couch has already said, are really dangerous. And going in my edge of my ward on Porter Lane near Middleton, tremendous speeds on there. And just imagine all the high-performance motorbikes going on there. It's going to be accidents, more accidents waiting to happen. Accidents have occurred on there. Only 2 years ago, there was a fatal accident coming down to the traffic lights at Rise End, Porter Lane, where a gentleman went through a wall and killed himself. Because he didn't understand he wasn't from round here, obviously, and he didn't know the roads. And this will be the case. The people who come from all over the place don't understand the roads, and you're going to have a lot of accidents on his hands. And not only accidents, just imagine all that carbon going up in the air from these high-performance vehicles. Yes, in future, electric vehicles will come along, but really today we're looking at high-performance vehicles and all that burning of fossil fuels. It's wrong for this area, totally wrong for this area, and I will be supporting the recommendation of the officers. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Slack. Councillor Hughes.
Chair, thank you. I'm just concerned that we're going off the planning material considerations here. Chris, can you comment on what the material considerations are and whether the road safety in the wider area is a material consideration for this planning application? And if not, can we return back to the planning, the recommendations and the reasons for the recommendations actually provided in the officer's report? Because otherwise we run the risk of making an ultra-virus decision, I think.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. I think you make a valid point there in that some of the comments of members have touched on areas that go beyond the control of the local planning authority and not necessarily directly linked to the officer's recommendation for refusal. I think Councillor Slack, my understanding of Councillor Slack's comments kind of indirectly relate to the sustainability of location. What he's suggesting, although he's mentioned motorbikes, and this venue is for car enthusiasts mainly. I mean, some of those cars will be high performance vehicles, but not all of them. We can't control noise from cars just travelling around the district generally to and from this venue and associated traffic from such use. But it does bring into question that increase in vehicular movement to and from the site and whether it's a sustainable location for this type of development. It doesn't just include patrons of the site. You've got to think there's a conferencing facility here. There'll be people employed at the site. You've got people that might just want to look at the vehicles and might not necessarily be displaying vehicles, travelling to site, and all of that results in unsustainable traffic movements to and from the site. So I think if we can just focus on the sustainability of location, the appropriateness of employment use of the scale proposed, and also the impact on the character and appearance of the locality.
Okay. Councillor Purdy.
Thanks, Chair. Forgive me for mentioning my past, but I think it's relevant as a member of the police force that's policed this area for many years on traffic, as a senior officer, and seeing Carsington Water develop from its early days. I have to say that road safety is not a prerequisite of a consideration for planning. There's a fear factor here, and that's why I teased the question out of Chris earlier on. So we do, as Councillor Hughes says, has to stick to the actual reasons, good reasons for refusal, and are these good reasons? I've been torn by this, I must confess. I absolutely agree with Councillor Hughes, we need to be consistent, but I'm going to stick with the officer recommendations on the basis of the sustainability and the impact that it would have on the environment. And I think it's wrong of us to touch upon the high-speed performance cars, because one could argue that they are in the hands of very professional, qualified, good drivers. I drive a fast sports car, but I don't break the speed limits. And I think it's disingenuous of us to infer that those high-performance cars are going to give trouble. So, but I accept that there's going to be an environmental impact, and I think that's where we have to stick our argument, and we'll have to see then what the applicant considers his decisions are in the future. So I go with the officer's recommendation for refusal on the main two points raised. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Buttle.
Again, I'm going to support the officers. I think my real concern is the urbanisation. It's the lights over the lakeside. It's going to disturb the peace and tranquility. And I think the new building with the big glass areas and all that, I'm just not a fan of that. So I shan't be supporting I shall be supporting the officers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Councillor O'Brien.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I will be supporting the recommendation. I do agree with the initial comment by Councillor Hughes that it is not easy to make to explain the difference between this facility and the Jewellery Centre of Excellence. But I accept the explanation given by Chris Whitmore that the policy context has changed, and that I think reassures me. What I would say here is that the applicant had the opportunity to submit a transport plan, which could have shown how they had made an attempt to encourage visitors to use a sustainable form of transport to the site, but they chose not to do that. And the fact that they chose not to do that, but in fact to therefore implicitly rely on the fact that all their visitors will be coming by motorised vehicle, to me cements the case for this being, as officers said, a development, an unsustainable development. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I've got nobody down on my list, so it's been moved and seconded for refusal. All those in favour, please show. All those against? Any abstentions? So that's been refused unanimously. Okay. Councillor Lees, would you like to go and fetch Councillor Rose back in, please? Okay, members, moving swiftly on. Item 5.2, which is an application 22/00378 change use of land for private equestrian use, erection of stable block, formation of menage and relocation of access with associated parking area at land north of House Farm, should I say, Wineston Road, Evely. There is some late reps, so I'll let you read through that and then we'll go into the speakers. Okay, members, are you happy? It's only one paragraph. Anybody want any more time? No? Okay. In which case then we'll move straight on. The first speaker on my list is Councillor Dave Walsh, Deputy Chair of Leverty Parish Council, to speak against the application. You have 2 minutes. I'll let you know when there's 30 seconds left.
First of all, good afternoon, and good evening. I did actually ask for a deferral of this matter because we haven't had opportunity to seek counsel and guidance from our ward member. So is that the first issue which really ought to be considered before we move on?
I think you'll find in the late reps it covers that. It's not just because you haven't spoken to your ward member, that is not a reason to defer it, but that's entirely up to the committee to make that decision if they wish.
Okay, so I'll continue here on. Okay. So, first of all, there has been in several meetings quite a resistance to this matter from the residents of this parish council. I noted that there was 9 out of 17 stated objections to the planning relating to agricultural land and its sustainability. So it's surprising that I don't see the issue sufficiently or even addressed at all in the report from the officers of the local authority. So an issue of sustainability I don't think has been considered strongly enough. I also noted at 5.3 that the Derbyshire County Council had asked the applicant to consider submission of a flood risk assessment and a drainage design plan. I've not been furnished with that, so I can't make comment as to whether that is in fact been addressed or not. But move on to the National Planning Policy Framework. I'm now making comments in regard to the Greenbelt land.
30 seconds left.
The Greenbelt land, and in that regard, I noticed there are exceptions to planning the Greenbelt land. We'd have to be fairly elastic to think that this actually fits in with those exceptions. I noticed that also that the application was for 6 to 8 horses on that particular land. We are given to understand that each horse should have 2.5 acres. The field itself is 8.5 acres. So it appears to me that that is insufficient land for 8.5 acres.
Thank you very much, Mr. Walsh.
Thank you. Professor Walsh, thank you.
The next on my list is Mr. Stuart Clark, the agent, to speak in favour of the application. You have 4 minutes. I'll let you know when you have 30 seconds left.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good evening, everyone. I am Stuart Clark from Green Playing Studio, and I'm speaking on behalf of our client, the applicant, Mr. Herring, in support of this application. The committee is here to decide on planning issues only. As you know, this application is for a change of use to private equestrian, including the erection of a stable block, menage, relocation of access with associated parking. The principle
Can you just pull your microphone a little bit
Sorry,
towards your mouth? Some of them having, some
I'll
of them a
lean
bit, yeah.
No worries. The principle for equestrian development on the site is considered to be acceptable under policy S4 of the adopted plan. The case officer has objectively determined the development is respectful of the character and appearance of the surrounding context. The access to the site is being significantly improved in line with the highways requirements and incorporates sufficient visibility displays for the recorded speeds on the lane. The case officer has recommended a number of conditions to accompany any consent, and we're happy to accept these, obviously. By way of response to the comments this evening, we did provide a flood risk assessment as part of the application. We also, in terms of whether the application's in Greenbelt or not, it's quite clear that it is not positioned within Greenbelt, it's open countryside. In terms of the accommodation for the horses, I believe that the Horse Society recommends 1.5 acres per horse as a minimum. Depends on the size of horse as well, they'll go below that if they're Shetland ponies, for example. The recommendation for this application is for it to be granted and is before you due to a number of local objections received from the local community. I've looked at them all, and I can't see anything material in any of them, but I welcome correction on that front. I'm quite surprised the application's been so controversial. It's stable in a field in the countryside, and it's within policy. So, yeah, on that basis, I'd urge you to approve the application with the conditions as per recommended by your officer, and I'm not going to take up any more of your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, Joe.
Thanks, Chair. So members will have visited this one again yesterday in the snow. I appreciate there's been quite a lot of public interest in this application, but I think the officer's report tries to make clear that policy S4 supports equestrian development in the countryside where there is no adverse impact on the character of the landscape, and we don't deem that in this case a relatively modest, as you can see from the site plan, stable building and associated menage would have a detrimental impact on the character and appearance of this area. through consideration of this application, there was concerns raised initially by the Highways Authority regarding the new access point onto the site. The applicants submitted subsequent speed surveys and amended the plans to the point where the Highways Authority are satisfied that there would be no adverse impact on highway safety. And similarly, Derbyshire Wildlife Trust did initially raise concerns about whether the current field was suitable habitat land, and this has also been addressed, and Derbyshire Wildlife Trust no longer have any concerns with the application. So I think the principle of developments is acceptable, and I think the officer's report, is written on that basis. Really, I'm happy to take questions.
Members, questions. Councillor Archer.
First of all, apologies because I wasn't on a site visit yesterday, so just a quick question in terms of the highways issue and where this comes out and adjacent to all the junctions and things, which was probably addressed at the site visit. Do we know if highways have actually been to the site and looked at it, or has it just been done as a paper exercise? Because I know this junction well, I cycle up it quite often, and there is a lot going on there, and there is limited visibility. I understand there's been a speed survey done, but I just wondered whether it's been a paper exercise, whether they've actually been to visit and look at it in person. And the second question just relates to condition 3 about the floodlighting. I really think this site cannot ever have floodlights there, and it just worries me a bit. It seems to leave that door ajar, saying that erection of floodlights would have to obtain prior written approval. I just don't think we should be even keeping the door ajar on that, because I don't think there should be any sort of idea of floodlights on that site. So is there anything we can do to put a stronger condition into to make sure that is ruled out at any point in future? Is that not possible?
Joe?
I'll try and answer that. The second question regarding the condition, I don't think we can sort of permanently restrict the fact that there's no floodlights on the site, because the applicant could obviously come in with a separate planning application for those floodlights anyway. So I think that was more just for the avoidance of doubt. This application doesn't include any, and if they did want to include any, we would need to see them before, see details of them before we were happy, if we were happy at all. The first question was the highways related question. I don't believe highways go out as a matter of course to visit the sites, but there's been quite a back and forth on this application to get it to a point where they are now satisfied that there's no highway safety issue. I don't know if Chris wants to come back on that.
I think just to add to that, Joe, for Councillor Archer's benefit, the existing access to the site is almost opposite the junction, so there is currently a conflict there with the existing road junction. The proposal is to reposition the access further north, thereby providing some betterment in that respect, and it will provide the requisite displays to be safe from a highway safety perspective.
Okay, Councillor Slack.
Thank you, Chair. I apologise for not going on the site visit yesterday, but it was too cold. One of the objectors has spoken here about the removal of hedgerows. Surely that's not, it's a biodiversity problem, isn't it? That we don't want to see that, really.
Yes, you are correct in that the new access will require removal of part of the roadside hedge. Members will have noted from site yesterday that there's a bit of a verge at the point where the new access is to be inserted, and the application also requires the closure of the existing access, so there's opportunity to reinstate hedgerow in that location, so there wouldn't be any significant loss in that respect.
Okay, any more questions? Councillor O'Brien, can you be a little bit quicker putting your hand up, please?
The officer report tells us that applications for development in the countryside have to demonstrate why the location is required, and I think that's exemplified in the local plan by saying that the applicant should demonstrate why alternative sites are not appropriate. Has that requirement been met in the context of this application?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Bryan. I think you may be referring to the preamble of the policy, which talks about that test being applied to other types of development that may be compatible in a rural area. There's specific provision in the policy for equestrian development. It's recognised that equestrian development needs to be generally in a countryside location. So that's a form of development that is supported by policy.
Okay, Councillor Buttle.
Thank you. There doesn't seem to be actually space to pull off a horse box and to one side and to take a horse out. Is this actually what they're planning to do? There's just a tiny little road, and I just don't see how you would get your horse from that little bit there to right across the field into its stable. And how would you deliver all the various bits and bobs that horses have? So that it's feeling a bit incomplete to me. It's like there's something missing. Am I just missing something?
The application has been presented to us as proposed, and the applicant must be satisfied there's appropriate infrastructure there to be able to service the building and menage area. You can cross land with vehicles. There's a made access, so in inclement weather, you can access the site and have access a parking area. You could cross the land. There's nothing to stop you doing that in a 4x4. It's a relatively flat site to deliver equipment and feed, etc., to the stable and service the menage area.
Okay, Councillor Rose.
Thank you. Could this be a first step to apply for a house on this site? And could a condition be put on to prevent that, please?
Members will note the recommended conditions, and one of the conditions is that the site should be only for the personal use of the applicant. To demonstrate the need for a dwelling on site, there'd have to be a functional need for someone to be permanently resident on site. In the context of keeping of horses for personal use, my experience is that you wouldn't be able to demonstrate a functional need to be on site for that purpose. The applicant's chosen this location to stable their horses, so they must be satisfied that they can keep those horses and look after them on the site without the need for a dwelling.
Okay. Nobody down for questions, so I'll move into debate. Councillor Fitzherbert.
I can see why the officers got, thank you, Chair. I see why the officers got to this conclusion in their summation of the thing. But I know a little bit about horses and menages and stables, etc. And I just find this a rather incongruous application without all the implications that we're all thinking of. The entrance we saw on the site visit is good 200 yards over a really good silage field that was beautifully mown and collected as we saw it yesterday, although the bales hadn't been collected, but that's not unusual this time of year. And with no hard standing to get from the entrance to the stable, it seems a bit incongruous because most deliveries, certainly if you've got that number of animals, they need quite a lot of feed. They need quite a lot of all the other stuff that goes with it. Tackle, shall we say. And although Chris mentions a 4x4 going across the ground, fine, but it's going to make quite a few ruts there. And it'll look even worse, probably look better with a drive in a way. And I'm just very concerned. And on page 40, sorry, I've lost my pages now, 50 at the top, it says impact on the character and the appearance of this part of the countryside landscape. Well, I think it will certainly have a big impact because I think the implications go further than this particular application. But those are my initial thoughts. And if I may refer back later after the debate, please.
You want to come back in the debate? Okay. Anybody else wanted to speak in debate? Councillor Allison.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to sort of put something from my own experience around how these things can develop into possible, housing. we've had a stable block in the village of Doveridge that was just put up to house somebody's a resident's horses for their own personal use, and that recently has just got planning permission to be converted into a house. So I just wanted to put that out there because I think, you know, following on from Councillor Rose's point, I think there could be a possibility of that in the future. Thank you.
Okay, Chris, would you like to come back?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think it's important I just come back on that point because I am aware of that particular proposal. This is a different policy context in that we're dealing with developments in the countryside. In that particular scenario, we had a stable building on the edge of a Tier 3 settlement, and our policies do support residential developments in those areas in principle, where we haven't got a 5-year housing land supply. Here we're dealing with Yevley, countryside. It's not related to settlements in any way, and any housing development would be assessed against policies in local plan. So I don't think that forms a basis for allowing conversion of this particular building to a dwelling in the future. It would have to be a building that's of architectural and historic merit to warrant conversion under current policy.
Okay, anybody else wishing to speak in debate? Councillor Purdy. Thank you very much, Councillor Purdy. Councillor Donnelly.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Well, like Councillor Purdy says, I can't see any reason for refusing it, so I'm happy to go second.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor O'Brien.
I was simply going to support the recommendation. I think the officer's report has demonstrated that the proposal fully complies with our local plan policy, and therefore I'm more than happy to support the officer's recommendation.
Okay, thank you very much. Got nobody else down for debate, so it's been moved and seconded that planning permission be granted with conditions. All those in favour, please shout. All those against? And any abstentions? So it's been carried. So it's been granted. Okay, moving swiftly on. Item 5.3. There is a bit of late rep on that, so I'll let you read through the late reps before we move on. I think he's getting it in before everybody else puts their hand up first, Sue. Okay, everybody happy? Or as happy as you can be? Yep. So I've only got one speaker on my list. It's Miss Louise Snedden, who's the agent, to speak in favour of the application. You have 4 minutes. I'll let you know when there's 30 seconds left.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Louise Snedden of 1947, who are acting as the agent on behalf of the applicant Devonshire Property Retail Limited. The applicant purchased the Peak Village site in 2021 with the overarching aspiration of revitalising the centre as a destination for tourism and culture within the Derbyshire Dales. The long-term objective is to enhance the centre's contribution to the local economy, including through the provision of jobs and its contribution to the local community. To achieve improvements across the site and to attract a strong mix of operators, the applicant has already lodged several planning applications to regularise historic planning matters and support the long-term occupation of units by new and existing tenants and to encourage customers to the centre. This Section 73 application has been submitted to amend conditions approved as part of a previous permission granted in 2016 for the use of the external precinct areas within Peak Village, which included outdoor markets. It's worth noting that the markets are not to be held in the car park. Following this permission, a number of temporary permissions have been granted relating to additional outdoor markets, extended hours of operation, and acoustic amplification. Following the successive popularity of the outdoor markets to date in supporting the local long-term viability of the centre, this Section 73 application seeks to amend conditions to increase the frequency of markets up to 24 times a year, extend the hours of operation, and standardise acoustic amplification. The proposed additional outdoor events will provide more opportunity for new local business to showcase their products and will support the local economy and the overall success of the centre in the long term. The applicant is working with Chatsworth and others in the area to ensure that the event dates avoid clashing wherever possible. The variation to Condition 4 seeks to regularise the opening times of the markets in line with the proposed operational hours of the wider site. The hours being applied for reflect various permissions of individual units, and this will bring uniformity across the site. The hours will not only encourage visitors, but spread visits throughout the day to generate a greater income for the local economy in accordance with Policy EC8 of the local plan. A noise management plan was submitted as part of the application, which sets out in detail how the site will be managed to ensure there are no adverse noise implications. This noise management plan will be conditioned as part of the application. The application also seeks to remove remaining limitations on external amplified sound, as set out in Condition 3 of the 2016 permission. This will enable ambient background music and live performances to be played whilst the outdoor events and markets are taking place. This reflects an enhancement of the atmosphere and seeks to create a more pleasant shopping environment for visitors. This has been previously accepted under the temporary permission. In adherence to Policy PD1 of the local plan, the amplified sound proposed will not exceed a level which would result in any detrimental harm to neighbouring residents, with sound contained within the boundary of the Peak Centre, and will be managed by the noise management plan. In terms of highways, no objection is being raised by Highways Authority, and it is considered that the development will not harm highway safety. The proposal would not result in any change to access or parking arrangements, and would not result in any significant increase in vehicle movements over and above the existing established use of the site as a shopping centre with outdoor markets. Overall, the applicant has worked closely with the council to address the feedback
30 seconds left.
Feedback from residents and the environmental health officer, with the overall aim to improve the social and cultural offer at Peak Village and expand the site's presence in the local area as a tourist and local community destination, which in turn supports the local economy and community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right. Sarah, over to you.
Right, we visited the site yesterday, and as you can see, the markets are just proposed in really that main pink area in the centre, surrounded by the existing buildings. This application we've had extensive negotiations between environmental health and the applicant to get to this, the conditions that are now recommended to you in terms of the noise, control of the noise. They find that the noise management plan is acceptable. That's obviously being tied into a condition, and then the hours of use. The environmental health officer felt that on a Sunday and bank holiday, the 7:30 was too early, so they've been firm on that and said 8:30. So there has been, what I'm saying is there's been negotiation and compromise. Happy to take any questions.
Members, questions. Councillor Burfoot.
Thank you, Chair. There's obviously, it's clear that there's a lot of concern about possible excessive noise levels, and I note that in the report it talks about if I can find it somewhere, it talks about noise monitoring devices and a log kept and sound checks. Who'd be responsible for that? And, well, who would be responsible for that? That's the first question. Who's responsible for installing them and making sure that they're switched on and the log kept? There seems quite a lot of things to do there. Who's going to do that?
I believe it's the site management control it. Obviously, what they don't want is the, live performance people controlling themselves. It's got to be at low level, and so that will be between the site management and environmental health to monitor and control between them.
If I can come back, I mean, obviously, I would imagine that residents are going to be concerned that the noise levels are too high and that they have to go through some kind of lengthy procedure to make sure that it doesn't happen again if it happens once. I'm not saying it will, I'm just saying, are we absolutely certain that we've got everything in place to make sure that if there is a problem, it will be sorted?
Well, as I've said, the environmental health officer has been heavily involved in this application. They obviously have noted all the 7 parts of the noise management plan and do feel that they can, we as a planning authority can enforce it, and, it should not cause a noise nuisance.
Okay, Councillor Archer.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of quick ones. It's obviously there's our original conditions in the report. I don't know. I'm just having problems with this. 12 events to 24 seems a big increase. How is that judgment made that we put one condition on and then we allow a 100% increase in the number of events just to be changed in the condition? What factors are we considering there? Because it seems like a big increase to me. And although I accept that highways haven't raised any safety issues, to what extent could an increase in traffic be classed as an impact on residential amenity? Because that area gets very congested with traffic to Chatsworth, and in terms of people enjoying their homes and their gardens, that's going to have an impact. It's always very difficult there with getting through with parked cars at the side of the road. This is going to add to that issue and potentially have an impact on residential amenity. And I think same in relation to the public address. I think any public address system, although I accept the issue to do with the limits placed on sound, the whole point of a public address system is it throws the noise so people can hear it at a great distance. And I think local residents are bound to hear that, and it's going to disturb people's peace and disturb their residential amenity. So how far can we judge the impact on residential amenity of the increase in traffic and the public address system, but also where do we get the reasons for doubling the number of events? It just seems a big increase just to change that condition.
Obviously, the environmental health officer has looked at it in the round, and with the noise, the hours of use, we've split the hours of use. So what we don't want is markets being set up very early in the morning with all the associated noise. So condition 4 is related to that. So it's taken on board the concerns of the residential properties nearby, and obviously the environmental health officers have looked at the nearest properties and the positioning of the markets, the fact that they will be set up the night before, it won't be early morning, and they consider it to be acceptable.
Okay. Councillor Waitman.
Yes, Chair. The Peak Village, it was on the break. It was in really bad state. It's now come up. It's brought a new life into the area. The only concern I've got is coming off the road from Chatsworth going into the Peak Village. If you've been there quite often, there's cars parked there. Will they be taking measures to stop the cars parking there from the road to the Peak Village? Sarah?
I think it's outside the site area, so what they can control is obviously their own parking area. There's been talk of obviously Chatsworth not having events at the same time. Obviously, it is run by the same company, but I'm not entirely sure if there's going to be that sort of level of control between the two. But yeah, we can't control the road up to it. We can control the time they go in, the time they set up, the hours of use.
Okay. Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Chair. Two questions. First, as Councillor Archer quite rightly stated, the proposal is to double the number of markets held in the year. This is almost exclusively a car-borne retail facility. Did you have any concerns, given the debate we had some time ago this evening, about the sustainability of a proposal which effectively doubles the increase in vehicle movements into the site over the 12-month period? Was that a consideration during your appraisal of this application? And secondly, the music issue. Now, I understand the recommendation in regard to low level, but music has to be heard. Otherwise, there's no point in it being there. So, low level will still be heard. Am I right in saying that the proposal here would allow for music to be played continuously during the hours of operation and from 11 o'clock on Sundays with no break at all during the day? Am I correct there? And following on from that, did you give any consideration to a variation to that, so that there are at least some periods during the day when there is no music at all? But am I right in saying that the current proposal would allow music to be played throughout the period of operation?
My reading of number 1 on page of part of the noise management plan is that music wouldn't be played until 11 o'clock anyway, any day. There is no indication that that will be continuous or not. All I can say is my environmental health officer has given me the advice that they find it acceptable in terms of how it impacts on neighbouring properties.
But it would be, it could be continuous from 11 o'clock.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
The other issue on sustainability, it's an existing retail, retail use. This is kind of ancillary, and I understand it will increase the use of it, but in terms of sustainability, can you help me at all?
Just to help there, there's two components to consider. One being the viability of the existing facility. The applicant has mentioned, and it's been mentioned by Councillor Wakeman, that the investment in the site and the proposals will breathe new life into that facility. And we also need to think about sustainability of location. I accept there's some intensification of use proposed here, but we are off a major road, the A6. You've got greater opportunities to access the site by means other than the private motor vehicle. So I think it's slightly different in terms of sustainability of location.
Okay. Councillor Buttle.
This is a query, really. If I was your environmental health officer in negotiation with Chatsworth about how much noise was going to be made and where, would I have to take into account our corporate plan and our enthusiasm for local business?
Yeah, the impacts or the benefits that this proposal will bring in terms of the economic benefits are material considerations. There are provisions in the plan that allow for expansion and development of existing facilities such as this. That's something to weigh in the balance. it's difficult with planning decisions because often there's some crossover between other regulatory services, and we're dealing with a planning condition to deal with potentially an issue relating to noise nuisance. Environmental health officers have assessed this application, and they're satisfied with the management plan that's been proposed, that noise from this particular use would be within acceptable limits, to the point where we couldn't sustain a recommendation for refusal in planning terms on amenity grounds. And I think we just have to assess the application and consider it in those terms.
Can I just come back on that? So our environmental health officer has pulled down the level of nuisance to the locals to where it's just about acceptable, or they've just said, right, this has to be acceptable and this is what's acceptable, and we've just gone with the environmental health officer.
Yeah, I think Sarah's mentioned there's been quite extensive discussions about the proposals and minimising potential impact, noise nuisance from the site to bare minimum. And they're satisfied that there wouldn't be any nuisance arising from the activity and the proposed intensification of use.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. That's it. Nobody else. Okay, Councillor Purdy and then Councillor Rose. You all wanted to ask questions, yeah? Okay, Councillor Purdy.
Chair, given the concern about the noise management, I'm quite satisfied our environmental officers looked into this rigorously, and given the fact that we've got a quality site there with good management, I'm perfectly happy with what's been proposed. But I just asked the question, could we condition that we have a report back from our EHO, monitor it for, say, the first month, 2 months, 3 months? I mean, noise level is very subjective, and whilst it says low levels here, what might be low to somebody is not low to others. And I'm considering the impact upon the residents here and trying to ensure that we get that good quality business enhanced and viable and sustainable, but at the same time, we don't want to do it in a manner or way that impacts badly on the residents.
Thank you, Councillor Purdy. I think that's a sensible suggestion. I think it would be appropriate, if there isn't already something in the management plan, to have some form of review mechanism. So after a period of time, a review of any reported instance of noise nuisance takes place at the end of, I don't know, first year of operation, and then the noise management plan is then adapted to deal with that. So it becomes a movable feast rather than a fixed regime that we've agreed to.
Okay, Councillor Purdy. Councillor Rose.
I recently visited the Chatsworth Christmas markets and really enjoyed the entertainment. And they were more street performers. So, do we think that will happen at Roseley? Because it was very, very quiet and it was very localised.
It's an unknown quantity in terms of the type of events and activities that will be taking place on site. You might have events, for example, over the Christmas period, where you may have low-level Christmas music being displayed, being amplified, through the sound system at the site. On other occasions, there might just be street performers. And I think if we can review the management plan and make sure that when events are held where there is continuous music, and if that's a source of nuisance, we can address that, then I think that's sensible to have that review mechanism in place.
Okay. Councillor Slack.
Thank you, Chair. Just some clarification, Sarah. You spoke about the setting up in the morning of the market stalls. Many traders will be trading on a Saturday beforehand, so they will travel there on the Sunday morning and probably up at times they get there about very early, but they will be getting there before 8 o'clock to set up. So will that form a problem? And the other question is, in the after Christmas, in the winter months, in January and February, a lot of market traders probably won't come there because of the adverse weather conditions. So there's two questions there, Sarah.
For those that visited the site yesterday, this was something that was mentioned or discussed, and the applicant's agent for this application explained that the managers of the facility will ensure that market setup takes place on the day before. So they've got control over that, and there are proposals and measures in place to deal with early setups and making sure they don't happen and disturb residents. I think I'll just have to take your second question as a rhetorical one.
Can I just come back on the first question?
Yeah, yeah.
Market trading set up, and you probably get a lot of wind and rain overnight. It could actually interfere with their trading and destroy the soil sometimes.
Yeah, where the market's positioned, it's surrounded by buildings, so there'd have to be some storm to disturb the
I didn't
setup.
go on the site visit. Yeah.
The other question, I'd have to treat it as being rhetorical in that, yes, if there's bad weather and events may not take place, but that shouldn't be to the detriment of residents.
No, okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So now we'll move into debate. Councillor Hughes.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I'd like to say that I can fully appreciate why there is a need to regularise the constraints and conditions on the use of the site, and therefore I can see that some form of revision to the conditions is needed. I've listened to the issues about the amount of congestion in Roseley, but I'm of the view that the officers came with that the additional traffic from the market will be small in comparison with the traffic from the used from the shops as well. So I can't see that will materially add to the volume of traffic entering the site and therefore on the roads outside. But I do have one problem which leads me to ask for a deferment of this application, and that is the noise management plan, which we've heard quite a lot about tonight and was described as detailed, I think. So, and we discussed this in the site meeting yesterday, and all the answers were it's in the noise management plan. So I read the noise management plan, and I was worried that it didn't really provide any protection to the neighbours of the site. The planned response, that's the response indicated in the plan to complaints about noise, is noise complaints can be made to designated persons of authority or the event management team on site during the event to see if immediate response is required. All complaints will be treated seriously, and site management will offer to share noise monitoring logs with the complainant. So that deals with immediate complaints. If a complaint is made in writing, those complaints or concerns can be made to the site manager. That's what it says. And that's a quote. So there are issues with this. First of all, apart from what's in the NPPF, there are no criteria for the person in authority to decide whether an immediate response to a noise complaint is necessary. The only response specified in the plan is to share the monitoring logs. A process for dealing with complaints and a specification of the response to complaints is needed. There is no response offered to any written complaint. So in that case, the plan does not provide any guidance to the person in authority at the site about how to respond to a complaint made in writing. Therefore, one can assume that any such written complaint will be ignored. And finally, the plan doesn't specify any maximum noise levels for music. I note that there's quite a lot of background traffic noise at the site, which means that any amplification will be required to compete with that background traffic noise. Given these issues, the plan needs to be strengthened, the noise management plan needs to be strengthened to give neighbours the protection that they need before the changes in conditions in this application are acceptable. And therefore I move that this application is deferred until an adequate noise management plan is submitted. Thank you.
Just 1 minute, I'm going to get Chris to come back to you.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. There's two options available to members. They can either from what you've said, I think it's important that two things are certainly addressed, and one is setting a maximum noise limit for the amplified music from the site, and to set that, make sure that's clear in the noise management plan, and a more robust mechanism for reporting and dealing with complaints, and a review mechanism in there that we can review the management plan and adapt it accordingly to results, so there's no nuisance to residents. There's one or two ways you can deal with that. You can either give delegated authority to officers to deal with that, and in consultation with the environmental health team set maximum noise limits, or if members want to see that information and consider it and vote on it at a future meeting, then that again is an option. I think delegated authority would be my preferred route in terms of making a decision in a timely manner, but that's something for members to consider.
I'd just like to come back and say that I think we're going into a quiet period now, so because this would have any effect until sort of the beginning of spring, I wouldn't have thought, because I don't suppose there'll be markets straight after Christmas. Therefore, can I suggest that, given that the environmental health was quite accepting of the noise management plan as is, then I think this committee ought to see the revised noise management plan before it actually comes to a decision. Thank you.
Does that find a seconder for deferral? Do you want to speak now, Councillor Burfoot, while you've got the opportunity?
Well, yes, thank you. I'll say what I was going to say. I'm very familiar with Peak Village. I do go there quite often, and since the new owners took over, it has become even more popular, but it does need to attract more and more visitors all the time. So I found this one a bit difficult in that this issue of noise nuisance is really very important. I mean, I've said many times that, you know, people can put in a complaint about a noise to environmental health, or they sort of live with it and complain on the side. Now, I know why they don't put a complaint in officially, because it goes on a public record. And then when you come to sell the house, somebody will look at the record and say there have been noise nuisance complaints at this address. And so they're not going to do that, or a lot of people aren't going to do that. So basically, they're leaving it to those in authority, if you like, to monitor and to take any necessary action. So I think Councillor Hughes is quite right, actually, that you know, it will be a quiet period, and there is time to do what he's asking for, and so that's the reason why I would support it.
Okay.
In the hope that we can come eventually to some sort of conclusion whereby we can support Peak Village.
Okay, I've got people down on my list to speak, but I presume now there's something being put on the table. Does anybody who's indicated want to speak to the defer? Councillor Purdy first.
Chair, I can't agree with the recommendation for deferral. I don't think it's substantive enough. I accept what Chris says. I think the best route is to be delegated to officers. I asked for a consideration for monitoring by our EHO, which I think is another reasonable way forward, which would give an external check on sound noise levels. I have faith in the management at Peak Village. We can't say we've got a jewel in the crown with Chatsworth and then start knocking them. I've had no complaints from up there or anywhere else. I accept that there's good management there, but I've also said I'm concerned that we need to cover and respect the residents. But I do feel that given delegated approval and for EHO to monitor in the first year would give us those safeguards.
Chair, can I just put it on record that there is no way I am knocking the Chatsworth? Well, I'm not anyway. Just make sure we're all clear about that.
Okay, thank you very much for clarifying that point, Councillor Burfoot. Anybody else wanted to speak against this? Councillor Buttle, and then
yes,
Councillor O'Brien, and then I'll go to the vote.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I I haven't consulted with Councillor Hughes before we started. Maybe I should have done, because I wanted to add a residents and stakeholders consultation group over the noise, because I can imagine being a resident there and you've got 12 hours of Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer and you're going to just want to shoot yourself. Like just living next door to that and it never stopped. I think really that would be very, I think we should allow the people in the area to come to an agreement amongst themselves, and that's what I'd really like us to find space for. So if we could do that during the period of deferment, that would be fantastic. Oh, and 12 markets to 24 or 36. If there isn't a noise nuisance, it doesn't matter how many there are. I'm absolutely fine with it if it's not a problem. So
okay.
That was my point.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor O'Brien, and then we're going to the vote.
Well, irrespective of whether the application is deferred or delegated to officers, my concern is that currently there is.
Can you turn your microphone off, please, Councillor Buttle?
Oh, sorry.
Currently, there is no noise from music on the at the retail facility. There will be a fundamental change, and for 24 times during the year, there will now be music, and the application is quite clear. There will be background music, amplified background music, from 11 o'clock in the morning until closing time, 6 or 7 o'clock in the evening, continually. That's in addition to performance. Now, I think that is a fundamental change affecting the amenity of residents who live cheek by jowl by this to this facility. So I think it's the level of the noise is not so much a concern to me. It's the fact that it's continuous, and I do agree with Councillor Buttle that if you had to listen to a low level of amplified music from 11 o'clock in the morning till 6 o'clock in the evening, you'll go mad, absolutely mad. So I think in whatever way the application is taken forward, that noise management plan does need to be modified so that you give residents some break during the day. You give them an hour or two's break during the afternoon, so they don't have to listen to any music at all.
Okay, thank you very much. So it's been moved and seconded for deferment as set out by Councillor Hughes. All those in favour, please show. All those against? And any abstentions? So the motion's been lost. So, Councillor Fitzherbert.
Thank you very much. Well, I note all the comments on this side, on all in the whole room, and I'd just like to point out that this application was, I think, determination for the 15th of August. So that's 4 months ago. So there must have been quite a lot of discussion going on between the applicant, our officers, and environmental health officers. In my opinion, as has been stated in this room, Chatsworth are incredibly considerate landlords, neighbours, and employers of everyone. It is not in their interest to get this wrong. We all get things wrong from time to time, but I really think after 4 months of negotiation and talking about this particular aspect, you would have thought that they're going to be along the right lines. And if there is something wrong, people will complain, and then they'll have to address it. I personally would like to move this for approval with I can't remember in the details with delegated authority to environmental health to monitor this and come back to us if there is a serious problem, etc., etc. But we all remember, those of us in this room, over the dog issue at Highland Ward. That was an impossible one to think, because when did the dogs bark? Did they bark all night, half a night, for an hour, 20 hours? This is continuous monitoring, but it's got to be at the right level. But is it really going to be on until all day, until 8:30 or 10, whichever the time is on whichever relevant days is? I don't know, but I'd like to move it with that condition. that it is monitored, and if there is a serious problem, that everybody gets round the table again, because it's in nobody's interest. And we've all said today what Peak Village was like in the last 5 or 6, 10 years. It's got a new life now. As responsible district council, have got to support that.
Councillor Donnelly.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Well, yesterday we had a very open discussion with the agents, and basically a lot of questions was asked, and from a personal point of view, I thought the feedback we got was very, very positive. So on that, I will actually second the application.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Slack.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I agree with the Councillor Fitzherbert. This Peak Village has struggled before this being sold on again. We think of Masson Mill, which has now gone into liquidation. We don't want to see the same thing happen at Peak Village. We've got to support local economy, and I think this is a good way of supporting local economy. In the noise aspect of it, I think we can delegate to officers to answer that question and come back on that one. But yes, I support the recommendation.
Thank you very much, Councillor Slack. Councillor Purdy.
Thanks, Chair. Well, I'll support it and hear what Councillor Fitzherbert asked for with regard to monitoring, which I asked for, but also Chris's point about delegated authority. I do recognise that this concern about music all the time, and I'm wondering about a condition on that, but I'm thinking also the agent is here and listening to that debate, and I'm sure the responsibility will come into play and common sense will apply. If not, I think that there's going to be questions raised and complaints raised and answered to by our EHO. So with those two conditions, I'm happy to support.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Purdy. The last on my list is Councillor Hughes, and then we're going to the vote.
Thank you. I was going to suggest the same thing as Councillor Purdy, so that we condition delegated authority to pursue the noise management plan.
Okay. So it's been moved and seconded for approval with the extra conditions and what's been said about the noise management plan and EHO. So all those in favour, please shout. Anybody against? And any abstentions? So that's been carried. So what I'm going to do now, we've got a little more business, but what we're going to do is so everybody can have a nice comfort break, get a nice drink. We are going to adjourn, and please come back for 8:05. is I'll move a motion to extend the meeting until the business is finished on the agenda. Somebody second it? Thank you very much. All those in favour, please shout. Thank you very much. So anyway, item 5.4 has been withdrawn. So moving on, item 5.5. There is some late reps on that. So if you'd like to read through that first, then we'll go into the speakers list. Everybody happy? Okay, in which case then we'll move on. So the first on my list is Mr. Michael Lyon, Derbyshire Parish Council, to comment on the application. You have 2 minutes. I'll let you know when there's 30 seconds left.
Okay, Derbyshire Parish Council wish to raise 3 points for you to consider in relation to this planning application. Firstly, many of you will have visited the site yesterday, and I'm sure you were all taken aback by how much it is affected by road noise. It's an extremely noisy rural site, which is why we have consistently questioned its suitability for housing. Section 711 of the Planning Officer's report acknowledges that the noise level in 3 gardens will exceed World Health Organization guidelines. The report justifies this by referring to BS 8233, which states that outdoor noise levels of above 55 dBA may be accepted in city centres or urban areas adjoining the strategic transport network, provided the design achieves the lowest practicable noise levels. This proposal fails on 2 counts. The site is neither a city centre nor an urban area. Not all noise reduction measures that are practicable have been put in place. The village would like to see the cause of the excessive noise removed at source by resurfacing the road, a completely practicable solution. We acknowledge, however, that it would not be reasonable to expect the costs of this work to be borne by a development of 18 houses. As an interim compromise, if this development is approved, further noise-reducing measures must be implemented, and a noise-attenuating bund should be constructed along the entire boundary of the development that borders the A50 and its slip road as a minimum. Secondly, the report recommends that secondary education should receive financial support.
30 seconds left.
Actually, more than half the village's secondary pupils are educated at Uttoxeter and not at Craigs in Ashbourne, so we request that funding is provided to support the bus service so that all secondary pupils receive the same level of support. And finally, if approved, the report recommends that there should be a provision for allotments. We seek assurance that this money will come to Doveridge and not go elsewhere. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. The next on my list is Miss Susan Millership Little, local resident speaking against the application. You have 2 minutes, and similarly, I'll let you know when there's 30 seconds left.
Okay, good evening. I live in Kamloops House, directly adjacent to the proposed site. You're going to hear a lot about noise, so I won't bore you with repetition. I'll just give you some personal examples. We've had to buy air conditioners to keep rooms cool in the summer, in preference to having windows open, even overnight, due to the level of noise, and we're blocking up chimneys for further soundproofing. When our grandchildren are over, we can't have the doors open to let them run in and out and play in the garden because of the noise. So please do consider you're looking at building homes where it is difficult to engage in normal family activities. Having lived there for 2 years now, the noise is far worse than we expected and has increased noticeably over those 2 years with additional housing along the A50 corridor and the impact of coming out of lockdown. This is only going to get worse with many more builds underway or proposed along this corridor. Moving on to drainage. The drainage by the hedge next to Kamloops belongs to us. 2 points to raise here. We require sufficient access to maintain this with machinery and do not believe the current plan allows for this. It cannot take any more runoff as it frequently spills over onto our yard and due to the gradient runs down to the house. Insufficient drainage on the new site or insufficient access to maintain the drain would quickly become a significant issue for us. We have strong objections to how much our house is overlooked, our property is overlooked, but with the reduced timescale, I will skip past those. We bought Kamloops as a working smallholding, and this was very important to us. We've not yet purchased any animals due to the uncertainty around the site, and as I
30
don't
seconds
believe it's
left.
conducive to their welfare to be near a building site or in close proximity to a number of houses. I strongly object to the fact that the proposed site can have a change of use for someone else's profit whilst forcing a significant change on my land. Kamloops is not in the boundary of Doveridge. It's a small holding in the countryside and should be considered as such. This is not the same as building next to or within an existing settlement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. The next on my list is Mr. Norman Lunnan, local resident to speak against the application. You have 2 minutes, and I'll let you know whether you have 30 seconds left.
Right. Well, this is the third attempt, I think, to get planning on this piece of ground. Plans have altered. We've now got a planning officer on the scene who I think may be ticking the right boxes now, where they perhaps weren't before. With us, the key to this is it's so close to the road. The road is a major benefit to the village. It took traffic away and the nuisance, but the surface they used has caused the noise blight that we get to the present day. So why are we putting houses up to the new road again, is the field next to the new road again? It seems to me it's defeating the object, especially when there are more sites further south in the village that will provide a more village-like life. Any houses put where it's proposed, it won't be very pleasant to live there. You've got to stay inside. There's been talk about having to stay inside double glazed and it's okay there, but what happens when you want to go outside? It's not a village, that's not a village scenario. I live just a little bit further along the A50. I've been there since the road was built. We've planted loads of evergreens, laurels, including a 100-metre belt of conifers, which are now 12 to 15 metres high and 10 metres deep.
30 seconds left.
But sadly, they have little impact on reducing the constant noise from the tyres running on the brushed concrete surface. An acoustic fence 2 metres high and shrub planting will not even scratch the surface of the problem. I'm sceptical on the noise calculations that have been done, probably based on tarmac or blacktop surface, which have very different characteristics to brushed concrete. I just note earlier on you're very keen on noise. In this instance,
Thank you very much, Mr. Lunnan.
Yep. Thank you very much.
The next on my list is Miss Anna Hutton, local resident to speak against the application. You have 2 minutes, and I'll let you know when you have 30 seconds left.
Hi, I'm Anna Hutton, resident of the Woodyard on Old Marston Lane, a small holding. There are many objections that I have to this application, but time short, I'll go through the biggest ones. Firstly, is there a requirement for more housing in Doveridge? So please don't pass this just because it ticks the boxes. The government has set out what it calls an ambitious target for 300,000 new homes per year. Derbyshire Dales has built more than double the required housing over the last 3 years under this ambitious target. So why are we building on this site if we're not desperate? Over 25% of the houses required to be built in the whole of the Derbyshire Dales were built in Doveridge, one of 110 parishes within the region. We have borne the brunt already, and as a rural business, we do not want to do this any longer. Secondly is noise, so you've heard a lot about that already. There's multiple noise reports that have been taken over the years on the site and around the village, which clearly highlight the road noise is an unacceptable level and infringes on the quality of life. I'd like to point out that the noise report as part of this application conveniently omitted data in rainy and windy conditions. We live in England, it's going to happen. But even with this data omitted, there's been recommendations for closed window systems, high boundaries, things that shouldn't have to be put in place. I know that many of you don't live in Doveridge, haven't lived in Doveridge, so I want to give you a 30-second snapshot of what it's like to live here. Hopefully you can hear it. It's a video of my son just playing in the garden. Just pay attention to the road noise.
I'm sorry, I'm not allowing that. Please, can you turn it off, because I don't allow anything on the night. So you've got 17 seconds left.
Well, hopefully that saw enough. You can't hear him speak, he can't hear me. We're throwing snowballs in the garden, and we are 2 fields removed. I'll remind you of the comments that your colleagues just gave of low-level music all day. You will
Thank you
go
very
mad.
much.
Thank you.
Last on my list is Mr. Richard West, is the agent to speak in favour of the application. You have 4 minutes, and I'll let you know when there's 30 seconds left.
Thank you for the opportunity to address you this evening. I'm Richard West from Serda Planning, here on behalf of Owl Homes. The proposal seeks to deliver 18 high-quality homes on an allocated site within the adopted plan. Whilst there have been some previous planning history on the site, this was prior to Owl Homes' involvement on the site. Since Owl Homes secured an option, they have proceeded to seek a development that accords with the policies of the development plan and engage with all stakeholders to secure the recommendation for approval. Owl Homes undertook a pre-application inquiry with the local planning authority, attended a parish council meeting to present the proposals to members, engaged with the local ward member, and held a drop-in consultation event at the village hall for residents. The consultation event was well attended, with a number of residents showing support for the proposals. Owl responded to comments made by amending the design of the proposals in line with the comments, including the addition of bungalows. It's recognised that noise is a concern for some residents in the parish council. The application is accompanied by a noise assessment, which included 6 days of continuous noise monitoring and modelled the effect of noise on future residents. The mitigations included within the report demonstrate that all internal noise levels can be achieved. Externally, acoustic walls are proposed to plots at the northern end of the site to minimise the effects of noise. The gardens for 3 plots, only 3 would exceed recommended noise levels by only 2 decibels. And this only relates to part of their gardens. Having regard to the findings of the report and mitigations included, the proposals will achieve a suitable noise environment for residents. Owl Homes are a responsible home builder and have assured that these proposals deliver a highly sustainable development. The development includes an extensive landscaping scheme which includes planting of more than 1,300 metres of hedgerow and planting of more than 1,500 trees. The Council's Tree and Landscaping Officer has commented that the landscape planting proposals are considered to be of good quality, particularly trees and orchard. They are the most imaginative and interesting seen in a long time on a new development. Whilst not mandatory, the scheme delivers a biodiversity net gain on site. The proposed homes will benefit from compliance with the 2020 building regulations. A fabric-first approach will include increased external wall cavity width with full fill insulation, insulated block and beam floors, high thermal lintels and U values. Most importantly, the development will rely solely on electric for heating, and each home will be individually equipped with an air source heat pump for this purpose. All these inclusions will assist in limiting the effect on the environment and keeping bills low for future residents. In summary, Owl Homes have worked extensively with all stakeholders to ensure the proposals will deliver 18 high-quality and sustainable homes on an allocated site. Thank you for listening, and respectfully request that members vote to follow the officer's recommendation and approve this application.
Thank you very much. Sarah.
Obviously, we visited the site yesterday. 18 dwellings are proposed. Just get into the layout. And that's the number that was allocated. Of the 18, 6 would be affordable, which is 33%, and 12 open market dwellings. As an update, the Director of Housing has confirmed the room sizes on the affordable homes are acceptable, and he's given me a sort of 10-year split of 2 shared ownership or possibly first homes if that's applicable, and 4 rented properties. The development be limited to the southern side of the site in order to provide the landscape buffer on the northern edge adjacent to the A50. So the developable area is 46% and the open space remaining. In terms of the landscaping area, proposals put forward retaining existing hedgerows, planting 3 new hedgerows, creation of the SUDS feature, that's shown on. Is there a layout? Internal noise levels are within acceptable limits with internal ventilation systems, which is called a closed window system. It basically means that air is ventilated, so there is actually no requirement to open the window to if a property is overheating. And for the three proposed dwellings where the garden areas are above the required limits, there's an inclusion of a 2.2 metre high wall on the northern portion and next to the A50. One of the objectors mentioned the World Health Organization recommendations. Obviously, my environmental health officer had to be aware of them, had to include them in their assessment, but obviously their conclusion was in section 5.9, the standard does provide for deviation from the maximum 55 decibels recommendation. However, this should be where there is significant planning validation to override this opinion. So that's in the planning balance, and that's at the end of my that's it within my conclusion. That's a harm that's dealt with in the planning balance. Happy to take any questions.
Questions, Councillor Hughes.
Thank you, Chair. Earlier on in the report, the noise level is estimated in some of the gardens to be from up to 77 decibels. There's a range, and there's an uplift based on use of concrete for the road surface rather than tarmac. So if it was tarmac, then the estimate was a maximum of 70 decibels in some gardens. But with concrete, it's 77 decibels. 77 decibels is only 3 dB short of 80 decibels, which is, I believe, considered to be approaching a danger level, and something that possibly parents wouldn't want their children to be outside. So can the planning officers comment on whether 77 decibels is considered to be an acceptable level of noise in gardens that may be used by children for playing?
Councillor Hughes, can you clarify where you've taken the 77 decibels from?
Yes. Just a minute. It's there's a. Here we are. Paragraph 5.1. Well, it's of section 5.1. For Derbyshire Parish Council. So there will be subject to external noise of 65 to 70 decibels. This does not take into account the concrete road surfaces, which potentially generates an extra 5 to 7 decibels.
Yes, so what I'm trying to establish is where that recording has come from, because as part of this application, noise from the A50 has been modelled and recorded at the levels that have been reported in this report. It would appear that you are accepting town or the parish council's assessment of noise levels as being accurate. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we trust the modelling work that's been done and submitted and verified as part of this application, and this has been assessed by our environmental health officers as being acceptable.
Right. Well, there was a planning application that was refused for a traveller's site next to the A50 in a slightly different location, and I understand that the reason for rejecting that application was because of the internal noise in the caravans was going to be high. Can you comment on the noise level that was available at that site? Because if it was only 55 decibels, then that would have been acceptable, I think.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. You'll recall that that application was recommended for refusal by officers, but the inspectorate allowed the development, and they considered noise from the A50 to be within acceptable limits, and the caravans in that particular case were immediately adjacent to the A50. And the caravans wouldn't afford the same insulation as a domestic dwelling. So I don't think we can compare the two. We've got an application here with robust evidence which demonstrates that noise from habitable rooms and amenity space serving these dwellings would be within acceptable limits, and we need to assess the application on that basis.
Okay. Councillor Allison.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a couple of questions. The first one relates to the additional condition that's been added. And if I just read this out, and I don't know if I'm understanding this correctly, but the development hereby approved shall be implemented in accordance with the recommendations of the acoustic assessment made 2022, and the noise levels within the garden areas of plots 1, 7 and 9 submitted to and validated by the local planning authority prior to occupation of these properties. So are you saying that you're going to let these houses be built and then you're going to assess whether the noise levels in the gardens are okay? Because that's how I'm reading it, but you can obviously tell me if that's not right. The second question relates to a travel plan. Now, I've seen the information that the applicant has submitted, the agent for the applicant has submitted, and there's a lot of reference to our bus service. There's reference to a school bus that goes to Ashbourne twice a day. And looking at some other applications that have been presented a bit further on, there's actually contributions that have been made to a travel plan in the application that's later on for Matlock, I believe, off Chesterfield Road. So I wondered why there hasn't been anything like that for Doveridge, because I'm not sure if you're aware, but our bus service is under threat. We have an hourly bus service that no longer runs before 9 o'clock in the morning. That's been reduced. We had, as far as I'm aware, it's funded by Staffordshire County Council, and they have only extended the funding for it for, I think it's 6 or 12 months. I'm sure Doveridge Parish Council will confirm the 12. And after that, there is no guarantee that we're going to carry on with a bus service. So I suppose what I'm asking for really is that, and what Doveridge Parish Council have asked for, is that if this does go ahead, we need to have some sort of contribution from the developer towards maintaining a bus service that still makes this a sustainable location. Those two questions there. Thank you.
Okay, just coming back on the first question. So my reading of the suggested condition is that it requires initially the implementation of the measures set out in the acoustic assessment, and then it requires verification. So implementation of the measures to achieve the objectives that that assessment seeks to achieve, and then verification to ensure that noise within the areas that have been identified as being above WHO standards to be within the limits that have been suggested with the mitigation measures. So I think it's fairly robust in that sense. There's two elements to it from my reading.
Can you speak into your microphone, please?
Sorry, what happens if they're above there?
Well,
I know it's robust, and I'm pleased that you're doing it, but I don't understand if those levels are higher. What will be the consequence of that? Basically,
I think it's a sensible. I understand your position. I think it could be amended so that it's clear in the second part that if the measures do not achieve the objectives of that assessment, that a revised scheme shall be presented and agreed with the local planning authority to achieve those standards. I mean that could be amended in that manner to achieve, to ensure that the noise from the A50 is we can be absolutely confident that that will be within acceptable limits.
Okay, Councillor Burf.
No, sorry,
the
second question about
question,
travel plan. Thank you.
Yeah, with regards to the travel plan, developer contributions have to be proportionate and reasonably related to the development that's proposed. We're dealing with an application here for 18 houses. I'd suggest a travel plan to serve that number of properties would be disproportionate. I think you've mentioned a travel plan being necessary for the Chesterfield Road development, but that's a development of 75 dwellings, and the threshold for when a travel plan is required is set at a higher level than 18 dwellings, but it's something that the local highway authority recommend to us as statutory consultees.
Okay, Councillor Burford.
Thank you, Chair. Just for reasons of clarity, could the officer just confirm that in 2021 an application for 9 houses was refused and the reasons given were impact on residential amenity because of noise levels? That's the first question, please.
Yep.
Really, I'm asking what's changed.
Yeah, that should be set out. The site history should be set out in the officer's report. So I'm just going to revisit that section. So you're referring Right, to the application in 2020. Yep. Yeah, my understanding in relation to that application is that there was concerns about the piecemeal development of part of a site that's allocated for 18 dwellings. Noise may have been what we'd refer to as a secondary reason for refusal, because we may not have had an noise assessment with the application. So without such assessment, we can't be satisfied that noise from the A50 would be appropriately dealt with. So it would have been if that featured as a reason for refusal, it would have been a secondary reason for refusal.
The second question is about this closed window system. Could you just explain again exactly what that is and how common is it in developments?
I've got them in my house. The vents above your window that you open.
So it's literally what it says on the can. It's a closed window system.
It's an internal ventilation system, so there's no requirement. Your property wouldn't overheat without you having to open the windows. That doesn't mean that you can't open the windows. It just means that's the choice you make. If you want to contain noise, then you're not going to have to use your windows to do it. That's my understanding from discussing it with the environmental health officer.
So am I right in thinking that implies that the reason why you wouldn't open your windows, which most people want to do, is because of noise levels?
Excuse me. I'm sorry. I am sorry. Okay, anyway.
Whether that's reasonable. But the other question is under 711, and I'm just asking about the modelled noise levels for gardens. Can you just explain that one, please?
Councillor Burford, can you just clarify what it is that you're asking us in relation to that paragraph?
Now. What page is it on?
711.
Yeah, it's under 711. So it says 3 out of 18 gone would exceed the maximum guideline level of values and are also above the WHO recommended value from road traffic sources, which is 53 dBl. Damn, I don't know what that means. But what are those levels? Are they those modelled levels? Are they higher than from inside a property? Is that what we're saying? I'm not really very sure what we're saying about these gardens. Are we saying that the noise level there would be so high that nobody would be able to sit in their gardens in those properties?
The modelling shows sort of areas within the gardens so it's not the whole garden, it's within the garden that exceeds those levels. And obviously there's mitigation put in place in terms of the high level walls that will mitigate those impacts. Because obviously certain properties that are closer to the boundary are shielded by the property themselves, so the garden area isn't within those limits. That's how noise works. You know, there's lots of plans at the back of the acoustic report which actually shows where the levels do exceed, and this is, you know, I've said to you, there's a level of harm, but the level of harm is 3 garden areas, and you've got to weigh that in the balance.
Okay. Councillor Purdy.
Chair, where do we get the recommendation from the 2-metre high wall? Is it a wall that's specifically designed and built to provide noise amelioration? And if it does not work and reduce it to the recommended safe levels, what happens then?
Chris, do you want to answer?
Yeah, I think members need to have regard to paragraph 7.9 of the officer's report, 'cause I think it clearly explains that overall 83% of the proposed dwellings would achieve the BS standard for less than 55 decibels over 16 hours for external amenity areas. And for the 3 proposed dwellings identified as plots 1, 7 and 9, mitigation measures include 2.2 metre high walls on the northern portion of the external amenity areas based on daytime noise levels, worst case scenario. So that will mitigate noise from the A50 to within acceptable limits, and it wouldn't be such a constraint to development that it would justify refusal of the application on amenity grounds. I think members need to have regard to the allocation. This is an allocated site for 18 dwellings. Careful consideration has been given to the layout of the development, so that the development is concentrated on the part of the site that's furthest away from the A50. We have got mitigation measures also, and anyone purchasing the property would be buying into this situation. We're happy that the quality of life and the amenity of those residents would be within acceptable limits to be acceptable in planning terms. So on that basis, there's no sustainable reason for refusing the application on noise grounds.
Chris, I'm not suggesting refusing it. I'm asking the question, how do we know that that 2.2 metre high wall will work? Is it been professionally recommended, and is it a particular design and material? And if it doesn't work, what happens then? I'm not suggesting refusal. I'm questioning, is that noise-bund wall going to work?
Yeah, the noise from the A50 has been modelled, and these measures are bespoke to the development, so to mitigate noise from the A50 to within acceptable limits. So it's been purposely modelled on site, and we've got a report that accompanies the application that recommends those measures. Yeah, because there's only parts of the garden where noise is an issue. It's to mitigate noise to within acceptable limits within those parts of those gardens affecting those 3 plots.
Okay. Councillor Buttle, and then I've got Councillor Slack, and then we'll go into debate.
Great. I think I've got a comment, a question, and a request. So I'll start off with a comment, which was to do with Mr. Richard West. The agent mentioned that it was only 2 decibels above the WHO levels. Well, decibels are quite odd things, like 3 decibels is twice as loud. So only 2 decibels is actually quite a lot. So we shouldn't take that bit too seriously about it being only 2 decibels. Only 2 decibels is a thing. I've got a question about our conditions. We've got condition 22, which is where we're asking that air source heat pumps shall be implemented unless agreed in writing by the local planning authority. Why would we want to allow them the option to just say, oh, we can't afford them? That's something that I can't really see much point in actually allowing them the option to say, no, we can't do that. It's impossible. So I think we should lose the last bit of that condition. And the other condition, yes, this was going on from Councillor Purdy's comment about the wall being 2.2 metres high. Could we ask that the foundations to those walls are sufficient to take them up to 3 metres if the residents so choose? So that they have an option at a later date to say, yeah, okay, 2.2 metres, it's great, but I'm actually 2.1 metres high. So I'd like it to go a bit higher. Right, so those are my questions about my comments. And I've got a request. There's something called next generation concrete planing. Highways England are working through all the concrete motorways, dual carriageways, and other areas of the UK, and it is supposedly going to take 6 decibels off the noise nuisance created by traffic. And I don't know whether or not the A50 has been done outside Doveridge, but I was wondering if I could ask the chair to ask the leader of the council to write to Highways England and ask them to bring Doveridge a little bit further ahead in their schedule of next generation concrete planing, which is to do with diamond cuts and widths of holes, and like it's just a complete recut of the surface, and it cuts down noise enormously. So there's my my contribution.
Do you want to answer the questions first?
Yeah, just coming back on your comments or question relating to condition 22. That condition has been proposed because A, we want to secure the maximum possible in terms of measures to mitigate the effects of and adapt to climate change. The second part of it, because we recognise that air source heat pumps is part of the proposals here, we want to secure the implementation of that. But what we didn't want to do is to rule out, I mean, there might be advances in other technologies, there might be other ways of heating the property which didn't involve air source heat pumps. It might not be the most efficient way of heating the property, so we didn't want to rule out anything else other than the air source heat pumps. There's expectation that air source heat pumps will be delivered, but we didn't want to rule that out. But if you wanted to make that an absolute requirement, then that's fine. That's within your gift to do that. The comments that you asked a second question about the foundations for the wall. We just need to be careful not to allow the future occupants of the property to carry out development that would require planning permission in its own right, because a means of enclosure can only be up to 2 metres in height without requiring planning permission. So if we've approved a development which involves a wall up to 2.2 metres high, that's the development. It doesn't mean that it wouldn't support a 3 metre high fence, but it would require a separate grant of planning permission. So I'd be reluctant to add that flexibility into this particular application.
Okay.
Thank you.
And
we trust you with the air source heat pumps. It's just that it just seemed like we were given the option to renege.
I think Councillor Purdy heard what he said, but I think it's your request is better put to the Cabinet Member for Highways at County Hall.
I'm happy to take it up, Chair, as well.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Purdy.
Councillor Slack.
Thank you, Chair. Just referring back for clarification of the 2 previous applications, I was on both site visits and both planning committee meetings, and I don't think Chris was the officer. I think it was either John Bradbury or Gareth Griffiths, the planning officer. At the time, when Chris said it was secondary, the noise level, it was not secondary, it was primary. The reason was it was refused. Both applications were on noise, and it was primary, not secondary, because I recall it well. So that's incorrect.
Just coming back on that in terms of what was meant by secondary. So noise is a technical issue. It's a technical issue that can be addressed through mitigation measures, as, for example, the measures set out as part of this application. So it's considered to be a technical reason for refusal, and one which can be addressed rather than a fundamental issue with an application. So that's what was meant by secondary.
It was primary, Chris. I can recall both applications.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we're moving into debate. Anybody want to kick off? Councillor Allison.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, when this application came up, I was really quite impressed with the contributions that the applicant was going to make, the contributions to the local schools, the extra places, and definitely was impressed with the amount of affordable homes that were going to be delivered on the site. The community orchard they're going to develop, the amount of open space that's going to be around the development itself, and the tree planting ticks a lot of boxes for me. But I think I live not far from where this development's taking place. And I know what the noise can be like when the weather conditions start to carry the noise on the wind across the whole village, actually. And when the road is wet, how that much amplifies the noise that we get in the village. And for me, that outweighs any of the things that we're being offered with this development. You've heard from the residents in Doveridge, you've heard from Doveridge Parish Council, the impact the noise has on their lives and their health and well-being. And I don't think that that is going to decrease. I think it's only going to increase when they build the Freeport at Etwell, because the main route in and out of that new development, which is hundreds of acres of industrial, commercial buildings going to be put up there, is going to be on the A50. I think that I feel really sorry for the residents that might buy those houses, because I know the impact it's going to have on their lives, and I don't want that. I don't want people to have to put up with the same things that some of the people in Doveridge are putting up with at the moment. And whether that improves if they resurface the roads, brilliant, you know, bring it on, do it, and hopefully we'll get a better quality of life in our village. But, you know, their lives are going to be blighted by this noise, just like a lot of us, our lives are blighted by it. There are times in my garden I can't even sit outside because of the noise coming into it, and that's you know, relevant to a lot of people who live around that site. So that's my personal testimony about this. In terms of, obviously, I'm not going to vote for it because I don't agree with it. I think you've got that impression already, probably. But I think that one of the things that hasn't been considered in this application is Doveridge Neighbourhood Plan. There are a lot of things that comply with the neighbourhood plan, but one of the things that isn't compliant in this application is the mitigations to reduce noise levels. Now, the way the plan is set out, it said that any mitigation, any sort of structures that are put in place to mitigate noise levels should be in keeping with the surrounding area. Now, a 2.2 metre fence, or maybe it even goes up to 3 metre if it doesn't actually reduce the noise levels, is not in keeping with that surrounding rural area. So that is my reason for rejecting this application. I don't think it complies. It actually conflicts with one of the stipulations set out in the Doveridge Neighbourhood Plan. And I've got to say, I've not actually seen any reference to the neighbourhood plan in the report, which seems really strange to me and was pointed out to me earlier on today. The other thing I just wanted to add is that I think the applicant mentioned that he'd contacted the ward member, or he'd had some consultation with the ward member. Yes, I got a phone call from him asking me about the application, and my response to him was, you need to have a neighbourhood meeting, which they went ahead with and organised something in the village hall so that our residents could make representations for it. Thank you.
Chris, do you want to come back on anything? No, I am asking the officer to clarify something.
I think we need to clarify the comments about
Excuse me.
reference to the neighbourhood plan, because it is referenced in the officer's report, and I can see examples, paragraph 7.17, where it's considered in fair detail. So I think just to clarify that point, that the neighbourhood plan is mentioned in the officer's assessment of this application.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Burfoot.
Thank you. Can I say first of all that I wasn't able to go on the site visits, but I have been to this site before, so I am familiar with it. I couldn't agree any more with what Councillor Allison has said. I've been on the planning committee long enough to know that we have to find material planning reasons to refuse an application. But on balance, and it's somewhere in the officer recommendation talks about the benefits outweighing the harm Now, I would argue that that's totally the wrong way round, that the benefits don't outweigh the harm. I personally, as a member of this planning committee, am not prepared to approve an application where we know that there are going to be serious concerns about noise impact for residents. We've heard from the residents tonight. I also looked at the planning portal and read what Mrs. Millership-Liddle had to say, and one of the things, in addition to what she said tonight to us, but in that report, I read that one of her comments was that she'd moved 2 years ago to buy, can't remember the name of the house. Yeah, thank you. And it sounded as though what she was saying was, when she was shown around the house, it was at a certain time when presumably they knew that the noise levels wouldn't be as bad as at other times. So on that basis, and on the basis that on balance the benefits don't outweigh the harm, I would recommend refusal. I don't know whether you'd already done that, Councillor Allison. Yeah.
It has to be significant and demonstrable benefit. Do you want to clarify it, Chris?
Yeah, in this particular scenario, there's a tilted balance in favour of the application. So yeah, you'd have to be satisfied that the adverse effects were significant and demonstrable. So rather than just a level balance, it's a tilted balance in favour.
I am saying that it's a tilted balance against, for the reasons that I've given. The noise impact and the impact it will have on residential amenity of those people who end up buying these houses. Bungalows.
Right. Okay, so Councillor Burfoot's moved it for refusal. Does that find a seconder? Councillor Alderson. Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Chair. I think we should bear in mind the reason that these noise limits are put in place. And that is because noise has been shown to be injurious to health, mental and physical. It's not an academic constraint, it's a health constraint. And I agree with my two colleagues who've spoken earlier that for a responsible planning authority with a duty of care to not only existing residents but future residents to approve an application in the full knowledge that as a result of that approval we will be putting at risk the mental and physical health of future residents would be I feel irresponsible. I would feel irresponsible as an individual councillor supporting such a proposal, and I think the committee itself would feel irresponsible in supporting that recommendation. I think to say that only 3 of the 18 dwellings would be affected in this way, I find a really surprising justification for approval. Only 3 of 18 are going to be faced with a situation where the level of noise is potentially injurious to health. I'm sure there may well be a technical solution to reducing the noise. Certainly putting a brick wall around the garden is not it. Noise is reduced at source. So the way of reducing noise level from the A50 is to construct an acoustic bund around the perimeter of the site, which prevents noise from getting on the site in the first place. You don't mitigate noise which is already on the site by constructing a brick wall around the garden. That actually would have the effect of amplifying the noise rather than mitigating it. So I can't accept, I'm afraid, that this proposal to put a brick wall around the garden would anyway mitigate And even if the brick wall is there, we're still told that the level of noise would be above an acceptable level. So I've thought about suggesting that the application were deferred, but I think in this instance, a straight rejection refusal is appropriate, and that would leave it to the applicant to come back if they want to look at a different technical solution. And I think there may be a different technical solution, as I said, to put an acoustic bund around the perimeter of the site, which prevents the level of noise in the first place. Then they can look at that and come back with a revised application in due course. Thank you, Chair. I will be supporting the proposal to refuse.
Yeah, Chris, do you want to clarify what?
Chair, as a point of order, this is now a debate between members.
It's a fact.
I want to make a point of order,
it's
Chair.
factually incorrect, so I'm getting the officer.
I want to make a point of order.
I'm sorry, no,
I've expressed
my
an
decision,
opinion. It is not
my
for
decision
officers.
is final.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
I think it is important, in the interest of making a sound decision, that members have regard to the information that's been submitted as part of this application, because Councillor O'Brien has stated that requirement for brick walls around the gardens of 3 properties. I think we just need to make it absolutely clear that an ambient sound level assessment has been carried out as part of this application. Sound has been modelled to the point where we've only got 3 small areas of parts of the gardens to those properties, and a requirement for walls within part of the gardens, not around the property. So I think we just need to clarify that point. It needs to be, any decision made needs to be made having regard to the facts and the supporting information that accompanies the application.
Thank you very much for clarifying that, Chris. The next on my list is Councillor Hughes, then I've got one more, and then we'll go to the vote.
Thank you, Chair. I heard what Councillor Allison said and worried about it, because I felt that probably the houses that would be affected would be any affordable houses on the site, rather than the occupants of any affordable houses would be the most likely to be impacted by noise. And they won't have necessarily have the decision-making opportunity that perhaps owner-occupiers would have.
Okay, thank you very much. The next on my list is Councillor Purdy, and then I've got Councillor Rose.
Chair, I feel we're going into emotional debate again, which has happened before in this council planning committee, and when straying away from sound planning decisions. There are other properties in Derbyshire that have been approved, so to provide this as an exception on refusal would go quite strange, in fact. I am concerned about noise, and I've just looked very quickly, and the knowledge I've got with visiting that site many times is that it's been debated in Parliament since 2003 about noise attenuation. And I'm happy to take it up again with the Cabinet Member for Highways and try and get some government intervention, and that's where we sit here. We can't expect this applicant to share the burden of bunds and noise mitigation on the A58 when there have been other developers in Derbyshire. And that's been the problem that planning authorities have had from day one with local plans, and that is that there's been no overall strategy on mitigation measures or infrastructure. It's been, no, you will get Section 163 monies and get it off the developer. So you've had a developer here, developer there, developer over the back, and it's been problematic. So I see no sound reasons for refusal here, and I recognise what Chris Whitmore has said, and so I can't agree with the motion.
Okay, thank you very much. The last on my list before we go to the vote is Councillor Rose.
I just wanted to comment, really. I read here the remarks of Derbyshire Parish Council. While Derbyshire Parish Council accepts that this is an approved site, and therefore we cannot object to the principle of housing development here. It's a very difficult one. I went on a site visit yesterday, and we stood with our backs to the road, and it is dangerous, and it is very, very noisy. Personally, I wouldn't want to buy a house there. So, but it is an approved site. So, I can't see, what the council can do here.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Rose. So it's been moved and seconded for refusal as set out by Councillor Burfoot. All those in favour, please show. All those against? And any abstentions? One abstention. Yep, it's chairman's vote. So I'm going to vote against the recommendation as set out by Councillor Burfoot. So it's been lost. So now what I'm looking for is somebody to move it for approval. Councillor Purdy.
Move it for approval, Chair, on officer's recommendations.
Thank you. Second. Councillor Wakeman.
I'll second it, please, Chair.
Okay. Anybody else wishing to speak in the debate? No? In which case, then I'll move to the vote. All those in favour for granting permission as set out in the recommendations? Show. And all those against? And any abstentions? Seven, 4. So it's been granted. Thank you very much. Right, moving on swiftly. Item 5.6. There are some late reps on this, so do you want to read through that before we carry on?
I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't buy one of those houses. Also got a
Anyway, members, please read the late reps. I don't want to be here until 10:30 again. Okay, everybody ready? Okay, in which case then we'll move on. So we have a number of speakers on this. The first speaker on this is Mr. Colin Fowles, local resident, to speak against the application. You have 2 minutes, and I'll let you know when you have 30 seconds left. You just want to press the button, it'll light up, so we know you're on. There you go.
Oh, is that it? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, thank you. This is the first time I've ever done anything like this. I've spoken like this, so I might ramble on about something. It's just the house. What we live in is right next to the field. It's always been a field. We've been there 25 years. I mean, not sort of here. Just what I feel like. Not that I'm trying to fall out with anybody about it. It's just totally changing. It's just totally changed the lifestyle and an area, place. I know they've built a few houses there over the last few years, but we can just sit out and look at a field. We'll sit out if they build them, and you'll see 70 odd houses and probably no view. That's how people who live up, you know, at Quarry Lane and that, I think, you know, they'd always lived there. Houses had been there 130 years, just a few, you know, there are only those few houses in that area. But they've built quite a lot of houses. It's totally changed area. You know, I'm not having against, because all people have different ideas about things. I know I've had a word with the people who put the application in a few times. Now, you know, make sure that
30 seconds left.
If you do get the permission, then we might get should get an extra couple of parking spaces in, and not quite. But the thing is, it's just going to be totally, you know. So sorry about this. It's, you know, you sit and have a tin of beer outside in your garden, this field. You can see the moon coming over hill and woods over there. Nothing for a quarter of a mile up there.
Thank you very much.
That way, and it's going to be totally nearly 70 odd houses. You've
That's it,
not
thank you.
built. Yeah. So, sorry about that.
That's
yeah.
all right.
And I don't know what land's going to be. If they alter land and dry it out, it might make the houses what's been there.
I'm
100
afraid
years
you've had
not.
your 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, sorry about that. Rambling on about
No, it's all right. I mean, you did say you might do, so. No, it's quite all right. And anyway, the next on my list is Miss Marion Barton, local resident, to speak against the application. You have 2 minutes, and I'll let you know when you've 30 seconds left.
Resident of Quarry Lane. The Quarry Lane residents are still suffering from the floods which occurred during the construction of the Thornbury estate. These have yet to be resolved. Residents would like the flood risk to be more seriously considered in the construction process as well as in the complete build. The properties in Quarry Lane are positioned below the proposed development, making our homes extremely vulnerable to flooding from surface water from the area in question. It is felt the dispersal of water must be more thoroughly addressed, given the predictions of increases in storms and flooding due to climate change. Quarry Lane residents do not want our homes flooded as a result of planning application being accepted as the result of surveys and advice which has fallen short of the current reality of the weather. The development would also increase the traffic on Chesterfield Road by creating another junction. The 30-mile-an-hour speed limit has yet to be respected by traffic, which is evident in the illuminated sign next to the school, which is constantly lit up by speeding cars. The residents have also seen several years of
30 seconds left.
Right, I shall move on to my last point. And finally, it is believed the recommendation to approve this is based on the Strategic Land Survey. This survey has never been out for public consultation, and unlike the local plan, which is insisted on further consultation prior to being accepted, this will leave this application vulnerable to judicial review in the future.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next on my list is Mr. Alan Piper. Nice to see you again, Alan. You have 2 minutes, and I'll let you know when there's 30 seconds left.
I try not to make a habit of it. I represent the trustees of Lockmore Methodist Church, which is just outside the southern corner of the development area and at its lowest point. It is incidentally a plot of land that was donated by the farmer in 1903 in order that his daughter could go to a Sunday school. The church shares the concerns of local people as just expressed and as sent in by way of submissions. I just mention 2 points. First of all, parking has been a problem for years. The chapel has become much more used since 2018 as a centre for the community.
and it's got to a point where some visitors have recently become too frightened to park their cars outside and to leave their cars with the amount of traffic and the speed of traffic on the Chesterfield Road. The other options have only been the lay-by, which will disappear if this application is granted, and at the top of Lumsdale, which is some distance away and too far for anybody with a disability. Richborough Estates, who I'd have to say have been very helpful throughout the process, have offered land for the parking of 6 cars for the exclusive use of the chapel, and have agreed today that that should be formally included in the scope of the Section 106 agreement. And Mr. Lindley will confirm that
30
shortly.
seconds left, Alan.
It will be a significant benefit, especially for elderly and disabled people who have level access to the building. The other matter, again, is the management of ground and surface water and the stability of the chapel building. And we know that the corner is very wet, and we do ask that there is particular investigation into the resilience of the foundations of our 1903 building in the course of finally approving
Thank you very much,
the
Alan.
management scheme. Thank you.
Next on my list is Miss Christina Piper, resident, to comment on the application. You have 2 minutes, and I'll let you know when there's 30 seconds left.
I'm very grateful to the county archaeologist's comments on the proposed conditions for approval, which state that no development shall take place until there's a written scheme of investigation. But these comments, however, focus on Brickyard Farm and the paved wagonways. There's no explicit mention of the brickyard itself, and that's what I want to concentrate on. Older residents, however, remember the remains in what was then referred to as Brickyard Field and tell you that bricks could be found there just under the surface of a mound beyond the area which it has been a pond. The Derbyshire Historic Environment Record states that an overgrown depression marks the site of these brickworks, which would appear not to be so, as the depression is a later pond. The archaeological desk-based assessment produced for the applicants refers to the brickworks and states in paragraph 4.31, any below-ground remains associated with these assets are to be considered of no archaeological interest. And I would state that that is simply not so. And the geophys survey also revealed what could be a part of a brickworks. So it is true that the relevant part of the area is not in the development area, but it is within the boundary of the proposed estate. Precisely what is to be done in this area is one which should be the business of the planning committee, because the brickyard itself is a site which requires specific archaeological investigation. And I want to make one other comment, and that is in relation to the fact that I'm a trustee of the Methodist Church which borders the site, and so I endorse the comments of Alan Piper, another trustee.
Okay, thank you very much. The last on my list is Mr. Christopher Lindley, the agent to speak in favour of the application. You have 4 minutes, and I'll let you know when there's 30 seconds left.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, members. My name is Chris Lindley of RGMP. We are agents for this application appointed by the applicant's Richborough Estates. Thank you for the opportunity to address you this evening. Richborough Estates are a responsible land promotion company. They specialise in working with landowners, local communities and councils to bring housing to the market and ultimately delivered. They have a good track record of housing delivery in Derbyshire Dales. I must start by fully endorsing the robust and very thorough recommendation to approve this outline planning application for up to 75 dwellings. The proposal before you today reflects a period of constructive work with your officers and careful engagement with the local community and other important stakeholders. By comparison to other proposals in the area, this scheme has received a low level of objection, and this reflects the approach of our technical evidence and commitment to effective consultation. The proposal accords with relevant local plan policies, which are designed to shape and deliver much-needed housing for families, for older people, and for those in need of an affordable home for rent or shared ownership. It's acknowledged that some key housing land allocations contained within the local plan have not delivered housing at the point envisaged, and this has led to a shortage in deliverable housing land. The local plan contains contingency arrangements for such circumstances and confirms that sites adjoining the built-up area of settlements such as Matlock should be considered. When taken alongside other relevant plan policies, this allows us to say with confidence that we are setting a reliable benchmark for sustainable development here. In proving this, with robust evidence, we have a planning application that is free of technical objection from consultees. The proposal will deliver a comprehensive package of benefits, which include well-planned, integrated open space managed to deliver biodiversity net gain, and this is secured by Condition 8. A genuine and binding commitment towards climate change resilience, I refer you to Condition 7. Locally informed design and a commitment to appropriate materials at the reserve matter stage, and I refer you to the informative. Parking spaces for the residents of Brickyard Cottages and for the Methodist Church will be secured by a binding legal agreement at no cost to these parties. That same legal agreement will also secure affordable housing, healthcare provision, travel plan monitoring, education contributions, and open space provisions. Finally, in terms of drainage and flood risk, our comprehensive package of drainage improvements will control flows from green spaces and the developed area. The proposed drainage system provides a betterment in terms of surface water drainage that currently drains from this site and beyond, and ensures those flows would not inundate the existing recipient sewers, namely the highway drainage and the combined Severn Trent water sewer. In conclusion, we have a proposal that embraces key features of value and importance, whilst delivering a mix of new homes in a time of pressing and significant need. The benefits arising from this proposal should be given significant positive weight, and I commend the recommendation before you and respectfully request you resolve to approve this application with appropriate conditions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Sarah.
Right, obviously we visited the site yesterday. It was a bit misty, but we stood at the top of the site looking down to give a feel of how it would impact on the landscape, etc. We're looking at outline planning permission for 75 dwellings with 30% affordable, and it's on the northeastern edge of Matlock settlement boundary. The proposed development takes account of the most sensitive parts of the site, setting development back from Chesterfield Road between an area of existing and proposed trees, which will reduce the visual impact from the road. Obviously, it's using the lower lying land and not the, it's constrained. So we would look to constrain it by a condition for the developable area. So this is outlined with only access to be agreed. The layout is indicative. Highways Authority consider suitable access is achieved, with parking obviously proposed to mitigate the loss of the lay-by for use by the Methodist Church and residents of Brickyard Cottages. Other sort of, in terms of the access, we would get 2 pedestrian links to the site onto Chesterfield Road. The northern pedestrian link would include a new footway along the southwest side of Chesterfield Road carriageway, connecting to the bus stop to the north of the site. Bus stops in the vicinity will be improved, upgraded to provide shelters, seating and lighting, timetable displays and raised bus border curbing. And at the vehicle access point, footways will be provided on both sides of the carriageway, extending along the road, and a dropped curb pedestrian crossing with tactile paving is also proposed. So those are the benefits that come with the application that as stands for the, including the access. I would just point you to paragraph 11D of the MPPF, which advises that decisions should apply the presumption in favour of sustainable development and grant permission unless the application of policies in the framework that protect areas of assets of particular importance, provide a clear reason for refusing the development, or any adverse impacts of doing so would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits when assessed against the policies in the framework as a whole. This balance has been applied and the proposal is considered to constitute sustainable development. I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Chair. I've got quite a few detailed questions. I'm going to take some easy ones first, if that's all right. Pedestrian. I mean, I was quite impressed by Matlock Civic Association's response to the planning application, and I'm wondering how much we can condition the reserve matters applications at this stage. Now, I know you've done that in terms of the drainage systems that are in place, and I believe that you've gone a long way to meeting the concerns in doing so. But there are some other areas where perhaps it might be, I would like to see some conditions applied. And may I ask if we can do that? The first is in materials. There is a note in the report saying that red brick can be used. Now, that would be very unsatisfactory in Matlock. There's a great opposition to red brick in Matlock. Matlock is not a red brick town, it's a stone town, and therefore I suggest that we condition that any brick that is used is buff and similar in tone to the gritstone that's used in the town, as most of the suburbs in Matlock, except those produced since 2016 in Thornbury's and in Treetops, which are exceptions to the position in Matlock. So can I first of all ask that a condition is applied to the materials used for the development that would mean that no red brick was used. The second question then is about pedestrian links, and Matlock is a place where there are many jitties, and it's possible to walk up and down from the centre of Matlock to many locations within Matlock without going near a road. There is a footpath which goes behind the Thornbury's site and would allow children to get to the secondary school below the Thornbury's without actually going on the main road. If there was a pedestrian link from the site to that footpath behind Thornbury's, can I suggest that we condition that if this planning application is accepted? The third is then the way in which the design is constructed. I think I would agree that Richborough Estates have done a nice job in terms of producing an interesting plan. How much can we condition the reserve matters applicant to follow the layout that Richborough Development have produced? Because we have seen in other developments, namely Thornbury's and Treetops, that hasn't happened, and we've had some major problems as a result. So can I ask that we do that? Then going then onto the drainage issues, one of the residents commented that Quarry Lane is below the site. Now, in other developments in Matlock, following development, there has been flooding of sites downhill from those sites, and I name here Treetops, where before Treetops was built, there was no flooding in the gardens in Hurst Farm below Treetops. There is now. Castleview School had a dry field. It now has a field which floods, and we want to avoid that happening. Can I ask that you ensure in the conditions that the reserve matters and meet the requirements both during the build and after, to avoid flooding downstream of the sites. So those are really my questions at this stage. Chris, do you want to come back on that?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Hughes. A number of points to come back on there. First one in relation to materials. You'll note the informative that's included in the officer's report for the applicant, and they're advised that any approval of reserve matters application should consider materials and a layout that's reflective of local vernacular. So that is in the report. What we've got to be careful of is not undermining the planning process, because appearance, layout, and landscaping of the site are reserve matters. So they'll be subject to a a separate grant of planning permission. If we're too prescriptive on the outline, then we're denying the public the opportunity to consider those elements of the application. It's inappropriate to condition those elements at this particular stage. That'll be subject to future consideration. But I think what's loud and clear, and I agree with you in some respects, that materials are important. Natural stone and buff bricks are more in keeping with the palette and the materials that you tend to find in Matlock. So I think that message has been received loud and clear, and we'd hope that was reflected in any, or we'd insist that it was reflected in any future application. So does that answer the question in relation to materials?
Well, first of all, can I ask that we then strike out the mention of red brick in the officers' comments because that is inappropriate as it was made in relation to the other sites nearby, and those sites are not typical of Matlock, and therefore should not be taken as a model for what happens in Matlock.
Yeah, that's agreed from my perspective. I think I'm not sure where that features. Is it in the comments from the Civic Society?
No, well, there's a comment from the Civic Society, but I think I read something in the officers' report talking about the red brick mirroring what's in the complementing what's in the nearby developments, and that would be Thornbury's.
I think if that's in the report, I'll be surprised because to go into that level of detail about something that's unknown is a bit unusual. But if I think that message is understood, and it's something we'll take forward. I'm sure the applicant who's here will consider that as part of any subsequent application.
Well, the trouble is the applicant is not going to be the one who makes the subsequent application. It'll be another body.
Yep.
So it'll be another company. So this is why I would like everything conditioned, because it'll be somebody else who is actually doing the. So I mean, I have faith that Richborough has produced an excellent design, but I'm not sure that is what is actually going to be provided in practice. All we are dealing with is a number of houses and access, as Sarah said. Well, so everything else is up for grabs in the reserve matters application. And I want to get that down as tight as we can at this stage, because if we don't do that, then we may have problems later on.
Yeah, just so we don't undermine the planning process, I think it's important that we make that, if we make clear our position. I think doing that in an informative is the best way of dealing with that, to say that we expect materials to be reflective of local vernacular. And what we mean by that is stone and buff brick in that particular area. And that's something, as an authority, will be ultimately the decision maker in respect of any subsequent approval reserve matters application. So we have that level of control going forward anyway. But that's certainly a message that's received loud and clear. Okay, just coming back on some of the other points. So drainage, I am aware of some misinformation that's been circulated to members in respect of this application. I think what's really important, and I think this is important for members of the public to understand as well, is that this application does deliver betterment in terms of land drainage, because in effect what the applicant's doing is they are intercepting and attenuating surface water on site from a much larger catchment. And what they're doing is they're controlling discharge then at greenfield runoff rates, and they're making connections not necessarily to Severn Trent water infrastructure in relation to surface water, but to an currently unadopted system, or potentially making their own connection to Bentley Brook, which is more preferable in terms of the drainage hierarchy. So what that means is that we can be satisfied that the system itself has been modelled to factor in things like climate change. So you've got additional 40% capacity for climate change, and you've got a much wider catchment area, whereas at the moment you've got uncontrolled runoff rate, albeit at greenfield runoff rates. So that's betterment in that respect. I think it's really important as well to just make it absolutely clear that the land drainage conditions for this application are really robust, in that there's measures for drainage proposals in relation to the construction phase, and there's also a requirement for independent verification of the approved drainage scheme for the site following completion of the works. So we can be absolutely satisfied that we'll deal with drainage, or drainage will be appropriately dealt with during construction. Surface water will be attenuated on site and will provide betterment to prevent localised flooding of existing properties in that area. and also we'll know that the system works because we'll have had that independent verification at the end. So that can only be seen in my view as benefit in that respect. I know your comments about the footpath connectivity. We have to have regard to the extent of the application site area and whether such connections can be made. Again, I'm happy to include informative that connectivity, maximum connectivity to adjacent sites and to provide access to the town is encouraged as part of any future application so that those things can be explored. But I don't think we can, we can't impose conditions to secure it because we don't know if it's ultimately deliverable.
Okay, what I just suggest for you, Councillor Hugh, is when it comes back for reserve matters before a report's written, you speak to the planning officers and see if you can get some consensus on the sort of bricks or materials you want to use. That's worked pretty well in Darley-Dale for the last 8 years. So, you know, if you make your representations to the officers, I'm sure they will come up with something for you. Okay, Councillor Slack.
Thank you, Chair. I'm referring you back to a meeting that Councillor Steve Wayne had at Matlock Golf Club with residents of the area earlier this year. It must be taken into account that the impact assessment finding on table 9.4, page 58 of the same document clearly states that due to the severity of recent flood events within Bentley Brook catchment area is now defined as an highly sensitive catchment. Richborough also were unaware that the Environment Agency are currently undertaking an area-wide assessment of Bentley Brook catchment area, the result of which is still awaited. It should be noted that the surface water from Chesterfield Road into the Bentley Brook have passed through the risk of Bentley Brook pumping station. And I can now give you, I was there in 2000, 18 years ago, and the water coming down Bentley Brook very near filled the pumping station. We was there in the pumping station and the water was coming up through the floor, and we nearly had to abandon the pumping station because it was getting near the electrics. And and that was 18 years ago. So with climate change increasing year by year, this is a very dangerous area, and more water being put into Bentley Brook is very, very dangerous.
Is there a question,
yes,
Councillor Slack? So if you could
the
get to it.
question is, are we taking this into account? Have we got the Environment Agency's assessment of this?
I just draw your attention to the comments in response to Councillor Hughes's questions in relation to land drainage. So the proposal offers betterment. To the moment, you've got uncontrolled greenfield runoff into Bentley Brook from the site. The Bentley Brook is the closest water course to this development site, and in terms of drainage hierarchy, that's preferable over water company infrastructure. I think just to reiterate, in this particular case, we've got an attenuation or a drainage scheme which intercepts and attenuates surface water from a much larger catchment. So it extends beyond the development site, includes higher ground. So it delivers betterment in that respect, in that you've got that storage of that surface water. It takes into consideration climate change, so you've got extra capacity built in for that. And it stores that water and it discharges it at greenfield runoff rate, so you can control that discharge rather than having uncontrolled discharge. So it does offer betterment in that respect.
So have you got the Environment Agency current undertaking of this assessment? Have you got that?
The Environment Agency...
assessment of the catchment area of Bentley Brook. Have you got that?
The relevant authority now is the lead local flood authority for managing flood risk and surface
Environment
drainage.
Agents were doing a survey on it. You must have it.
Yeah, they wouldn't comment on an application of this nature in this location because it's not a site vulnerable to flooding.
It is site vulnerable. It's going into Bentley Brook and coming into Matlock.
I think
it isn't relevant.
Yeah, surface water can contribute, but the site in itself is not vulnerable to flooding.
I would disagree. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Slack. Councillor Burford.
Thank you, Chair. I do realise that it's 9:35, but because this is a really important decision that we're making tonight, I have got some questions. and I will have something to say later.
I hope so.
The first question is about under the recommendations, and it says a contribution of £4,432 is going towards the provision of allotments off-site. Now, can I ask where these might be and who would be responsible for seeking out and acquiring land for allotments in Matlock, of which we are desperately short?
Yes, this is on the back of our supplementary planning document for open space and developer, in particular in the developer contributions SPD. There's a requirement in there for delivery of certain types of open space, one of them being allotments, because recognised there's a need generally for allotments across the district. In terms of number of allotments that would be required, that would be commensurate with the development of this scale, it's a relatively small number, and the site doesn't lend itself in landscape terms to allotments. So an off-site contribution is considered necessary in this case rather than on-site provision. Where that's spent is a bit of an unknown. There'll be a requirement for us to spend it on a project somewhere in the districts. Should really be in Matlock area because that's where the needs are derived from the development. But it's something to be agreed.
Just coming back on that, then that's answered a little bit of the question, but it's not answered who's going to be actually seeking out a site.
Well, Becky Cummins is the officer responsible for the the delivery of developer contributions in respect of planning. So she'd be responsible for making sure that money was spent
and
on that.
At current land prices, you get about half an acre for that, Sue.
Just on those recommendations, just a point of well, not really clarity, but of getting things right. There is not an Ivy Grove surgery. We've got the wrong plant stroke tree. It's Lime Grove surgery, and that's repeated somewhere else in the report.
Thank you for that. We'll make sure that's correct in section 106.
The second question is about, just for clarity really, I mean, is this site in the Matlock settlement boundary, is it within it, and is it in the approved local plan as a site for development?
Yeah, it's outside of the settlement currently, but there's provision in the plan, and it was mentioned by the agent for this application that where we haven't got a 5-year housing land supply, there's support in the plan for development of sites adjacent to Tier 1 to 3 settlements. We're in a Tier 1 settlement here, most sustainable location for housing development. So there is in principle acceptance to this development, but we haven't got a 5-year housing land supply, so there's that element to it in terms of being in accordance with the development plan, but then a tilted balance also in favour of the development.
And then just going on to the questions about flooding and discharge into the system, particularly into Bentley Brook, it has been said that Severn Trent have confirmed that they could not currently accept water flows into their network from the Richborough side. Can you just comment on that? And I mean, the other thing is that Councillor Slack mentioned was that it had also been pointed out that the Environment Agency are undertaking an area-wide assessment of the Bentley Brook catchment, because obviously, you know, there have been other developments in that area, and I'm just wondering whether anybody's done any kind of assessment of the cumulative effect of all these developments. I mean, I think it was Councillor Hughes that pointed out that there has been flooding where there wasn't before. The nursery at Matlock at Castleview School has been flooded, and this didn't happen before. So I'm not clear what Severn Trent and what the Environment Agency are actually saying.
Yeah, sorry, just to come back on that point, and it's a point raised by Councillor Slack as well. The Environment Agency have commented on this application, raised no objections. So their comments are at section 5.14 of this application. The Environment Agency are carrying out a modelling work of the Bentley Brook catchment, just to understand how flows into the brook are are achieved, and how they can potentially look at alleviating those to relieve some of the pressure that's on the pumping station. In this particular case, I just need to clarify your comments in relation to Severn Trent Water and their ability to accommodate flows from this development. What do you mean, and what are you referring to there? Just
It's Bentley Brook and the pumping station at Bentley Brook for Bentley Brook. Is it at capacity? Because that's what people are saying, that it's at capacity and it can't take any more.
Because the pumping station is an Environment Agency asset, not Severn Trent Water infrastructure. So I'm just wondering what in terms of, because the information that accompanies the application, the sewer assessment capacity indicates there is capacity within the system, but that's only to take foul flows from the development. So I'm just wondering what you mean by, where you've got the information from that Severn Trent Water can't accommodate flows from the development.
I mean, it's in these. It's in the correspondence, isn't it?
Is it the comments from Councillor Wayne?
Yes.
Okay. Well, Councillor Wayne appears to have confused Severn Trent Water infrastructure serving Gritstone Road with this development. There's no proposals to connect to Severn Trent Water infrastructure currently in respect of surface water flows. They'll either connect to a currently unadopted system, which could ultimately be adopted by Severn Trent Water, or they'll make a direct connection to the brook, Bentley Brook. So there won't be any issues in terms of overloading of existing infrastructure.
With respect to the may come back, I can't accept that Councillor Wayne is confused about any of this. He is the flood warden. He's gone into great detail about flooding issues in Matlock. And, you know, the Environment Agency, why aren't we deferring this application then to find out once and for all what they are saying, along with Severn Trent? What are they actually saying?
Just to clarify, in relation to Councillor Wayne's comments, he's referring specifically to flow rates from a part of Severn Trent Water infrastructure that serves the Gritstone Road development, not this development. So I think there is some confusion in that respect. I think we've got a clear view from the Environment Agency. They've raised no objections to this application. The lead local flood authority is satisfied that surface water from the development can be attenuated and will actually offer betterment in terms of discharge into the brook and alleviate localised flooding. So I think the position from the lead local flood authority, Environment Agency and Severn Trent Water is clear from the information that we've got.
Up to date then? You can assure us that that is totally up to date?
Yeah, it's entirely up to date. We've had ongoing communication with the lead local flood authority about development of this site, and our position is clear.
Okay, Councillor Buttle, then I've got Councillor O'Brien, then we're going to debate.
Thank you very much. Chris, the first one was about our 5-year plan. It's a reasonably generic thing. How far behind are we? Are we just going to be saying yes to everything? You're having to default to, yeah, we're going that way. Is that where we stand at the moment?
At this moment in time, we've got just under a 4-year supply of housing land.
We're a year short, right? Yeah. Okay. I've got a second question, which was to do with what Ms. Christine Piper said. I think it was Mrs. Christine Piper, about the brickyard and the investigation, the archaeological investigation. Can we ask that the Derbyshire Archaeology Service have another look? Is that possible?
Yeah, we've got conditions that cover that. So the methodology and the nature of the investigation is something to be agreed as part of the written scheme of investigation for this particular site.
Yeah, we're confident we've got that sorted.
Well, if you have a look at the conditions, I'll show you the conditions.
Sorry, I haven't found them.
So condition 11. So the first point of that, the programme and methodology for site investigation and recording. So if there was concerns or a desire to see that part investigated, that can be secured as part of that condition.
Great. And my last one was, I actually thought Mr. Fowles spoke very well. He made me think about people's quiet enjoyment of their life and their property. I thought it was a really useful contribution. And then I looked at this map, and I realise that this is an indicative layout only, but it looks to me like everybody who's driving down that hillside is going to have their headlights pointing into his backyard, and I don't really like that. It seems like we're actually making things worse for him. Is the layout actually negotiable? Can we have it so that it doesn't actually highlight his sitting in the garden having a quiet beer?
That's a matter for us to consider as part of any future reserve
matters.
matters application and the layout of development. There is a condition that restricts the developable part of the site to minimise the impact on the local landscape, but that is something we can consider as part of future application.
Yeah, it does run pretty close to the side of Brickyard Cottages though, doesn't it? Right. There's no way we can just shove it out another 10 metres or something. Just curious, you know, like, because it'd be really nice to be helpful, wouldn't it?
It would, but I think we can achieve a satisfactory layout within the developable area to not adversely impact on the occupants of that property.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, the last on my list for questions before we go into debate is Councillor O'Brien.
Just got 4 brief questions, Chair. First, can you tell me why the comments of the CPRE have not been incorporated into the report? Second, in terms of the sustainable location of the site, can you tell me how far it is to the nearest convenience store, the nearest shop? Thirdly, given the comments of the county landscape architect and the fact that this site is outside of the settlement boundary, why no independent landscape assessment has been undertaken? And fourthly, given that the site is in the countryside, I understand that paragraph 428 of the local plan says that in these circumstances, alternative options for development should be considered. So can you tell me what alternative options for housing development were considered in conjunction with the appraisal of this site?
Okay, I'm just going to have to ask you to clarify what you mean in relation to your last question. The comments from CPRE are including the later representations to members this evening, so you should have read those before we entered into the debate. The landscape assessment work has been carried out as part of the strategic housing land availability assessment. So an independent consultant looked at the developable or delivery of the site and deemed that the site was in part developable, and this layout broadly corresponds with what was set out in their comments to us. So there has been some landscape assessment of this application. We've also had regard to the County Council's landscape advice that's been offered as well, and we feel that this restrictions on the developable area and controls in terms of development reflecting local vernacular will ensure that it's a development that doesn't appear unduly conspicuous in landscape terms and harmful. I need you to clarify your last question, because I'm not sure what you're asking me. So just if you can just understand what it is that you're asking.
Well, I haven't got it verbatim, but paragraph 4.28 of the local plan says, I believe, I'll paraphrase it, development in the countryside requires that alternative options are considered.
Yeah, that's the preamble to policy to policy S4. There's separate provisions. So in the actual policy itself, in relation to housing development, so you need to go to section I, last bullet point, development on non-allocated sites on the edge of defined settlement boundaries. That's the form of development that would be supported on the edge of first, second and third tier settlements.
So are we saying that paragraph 4.28 doesn't apply?
Well, that applies in relation to all the forms of development in the countryside, but this is, again, it's explicitly referred to in the policy itself as being an acceptable form of development in those circumstances.
Okay, that's good. Can you just confirm how far it is to the nearest shop?
This would be a guess, but I think all members know from visiting the site how far it is from the centre of Matlock, but I'd suggest a mile, yeah, probably a mile near to the town centre. within a mile, I'd
Hers
say.
Farm, Lime Tree Stores, it's only down the road.
But in terms
Yeah.
in terms of sustainability of location,
Yeah, sweet shop.
but you've got
No, I just wanted a simple answer, actually. How far
Okay.
is it to the nearest shop?
Okay, that's a guess. I can't verify it, but I think approximately about a mile. To a
5-minute
large
walk
convenience
down and
store.
35-minute walk up, unfortunately. Anyway, thank you. So now I'll move into debate. Councillor Lees.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we had a quite comprehensive site visit up here yesterday. We was taken up right onto the top of the site, which gives a good view on the whole of the site. I think this outline application for up to 75 dwellings is acceptable. I think we've got quite a lot of green open space. Obviously, the developer could have put a lot more houses on this site if he'd have wanted to, but he's chosen to go for some green open space with, particularly in the frame of mind with all the water runoffs, accommodating all the surface water, making it better. And I'm quite happy to move off as a recommendation. It's nice to see that we've already got 20 odd conditions attached to this outline application, which covers a lot more than what most do. So I'm quite happy to support the officer's recommendation.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lees. Councillor Waitman.
And I'll second that, please, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Archer.
Thanks, Chair. My main concern is just that the flooding issue. I do understand what Chris Whitmore said, and I'm reassured by that. But I just feel that with this ongoing investigation into the impact on Bentley Brook and so on, it would just be wiser to wait until we've got the results of that before we go ahead. So I'm not saying I'm against it per se, but I just think with that ongoing investigation, there's clearly going to be an impact on Bentley Brook. It may well be a beneficial impact from what Chris has said, but I just think we could look pretty stupid here if we say, yeah, let's go ahead, and then the Environment Agency's investigation comes back and then updates their data, which then updates their report. So I just think we'd be better to defer until we've got the results of that. So that's my current position. I'm a bit nervous about voting for it on that basis.
There's already one on the table. We'll have to deal with what we've got already. Anyway, you can speak in debate if you like now, Councillor Burfoot. You can do, yeah. As long as you can be concise and everything, because, you know, I'd like to get home at a reasonable time. I've got you down, Peter. I've got you down.
There are so many issues here, and I feel as though I've got to go through them. I'm disappointed by the response from DCC Highways. I often am. We may be in a sustainable location here in theory, but it's out of town. People use the cars. I've said this so many times. I'm almost fed up of hearing my own voice about this. There will be traffic pollution. We know that. We're in a climate crisis, and we're recommending 75 houses out of town. Now, highways have they've said that they'll do some modifications. What we've always needed here is a signalled crossing. We've got children trying to cross the road. We've got to go to Highfield School, whichever way they go. You know, they get off the bus, they've got to cross the road. It's dangerous. Why on earth are we not asking developers? And I'm not just picking on this particular developer. I'm saying all the other developers that have put applications in and have had them approved and being built. They should have been asked to contribute as well, but they haven't, and I think that's a failure on our part, a big failure, and especially on DCC Highways. The comments of DCC Planning are very interesting, and I'm going to quote a few things that the landscape architect says. He says he's got serious concerns about the visual impact with regard to the wider landscape character. The tree, our own tree and landscape officer, and I'm quoting again, he points out that the site is visually prominent and speaks of further intrusion into the countryside in a sensitive landscape. He talks about the cumulative effect of all the developments in that area, and we just don't seem to be taking note of this. As I say, it's not against this particular developer, but many residents in Matlock think enough is enough. They are completely fed up with what this planning committee are approving. Now,
Councillor Burfoot, that sounded almost like a political statement, and it's a planning committee.
okay,
Not
well,
political.
I'll withdraw
So
that then.
I would withdraw that,
I will
please.
I will withdraw that then. CPRE, I agree with absolutely everything that they've said. It's a greenfield site. There's a detrimental visual impact on the landscape character of the area. The number of houses is disproportionate to the nature of the site, and I couldn't agree with them more, actually, to be honest. So lots of issues, lots of reasons, I think, to refuse this application, but I'm pragmatic enough to know that it's not going to be refused. So at that point...
So I've got two more on my list. So Councillor Hughes and then Councillor Slack, and then we're going to the vote.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think I'm pretty realistic about this too. So may I just ask that Councillor Lees and Wakeman, that we include what did you call them, Chris? Informatives, one on public footpaths and one on the materials to be used for the external wall surfaces that would be stone or buff-coloured brick to fit in with the vernacular architecture in Matlock.
Yeah. Councillor Hughes and Lees, yeah?
Yeah, fine with that.
Yeah. Councillor Wakeman. Okay, the last on my list is Councillor Slack, and then we're going to the vote.
Thank you, Chair. As I've stated earlier, we put in more concrete down, we put in more tarmac down in this development, and all this makes for quick runoff into Bentley Brook catchment area. As I've stated, it's a fact that I was there and we nearly got finished altogether. The water was coming up that high, it nearly went over the gates, and it just receded, fortunately, and the water was coming right to the electric. So that was in 2000 floods. So we now having more and more climate change with runoffs everywhere. This development will have runoffs, and we're putting ourselves in a position where we're going to regret what we're doing when Matlock gets flooded. I really know this because I was there, and it will happen. Matlock Green will get flooded, and that area, plus runoff from Gritston Road sometimes, which comes down into Matlock. We've already seen that recently. We're flooding the shops and that. So we're in a serious position here, and we shouldn't approve developments which are going to cause us problems in the future. So, no, I'm sorry, but I disagree with what you've done, Mark, and I'll actually be voting against it. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. So it's been moved and seconded for approval. All those in favour, please show. All those against? And any abstentions? One abstention. So that's been carried for outline. Last but not least, item 5.7, there is no late reps on this. This is application number 22/01092 full. It's 10 Green Hills, Worksworth, Matlock, Derbyshire. It's installation of lime render. Who's doing this one, Chris? And then I'll go straight to Councillor Slack.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Members undertook a site visit yesterday to consider the impact of the proposal on the character and appearance of this part of Worksworth. The property is covered by an Article 4 direction and is located in Worksworth Conservation Area. The application has been called in by the local ward member because of concerns about the impact on character and appearance of the area. In particular, it was felt that the stone south-facing elevation of the property was worthy of protection. But from visiting the site, members will have noted that the existing building is already faced in lime render, and the south elevation was also faced in lime render. The applicant has explored all possible ways in which they can weatherproof that south elevation, and the only viable method is to reintroduce the lime render to weatherproof it, hence why we've got the application. It has very minimal impact on the character and appearance of this part of the conservation area. You'll note the conservation officer's comments. They're happy that it's acceptable. We feel that the colour of the north elevation is acceptable in the context of that courtyard area where you've got a property on the opposite side that's painted pink. and the use of lime render to the east and south elevations won't detract from the area. Happy to take questions.
Councillor Slack, any question or do you want to move it?
Move it. Well, I'll just ask a question.
Okay.
My colleague, she was under the impression that the colouring was wrong. Limestone rendering is usually a greyish colour, whereas this colour is much lighter, is it, Chris? Is it in the standard colours what the district put out?
Yeah, the proposal is in this in the image that's in front of you now, in the courtyard elevation.
Yeah.
The proposal is to face that relatively small area in alabaster white colour. The east, so the gable end, and the south elevation will be natural lime finish, so the sort of more grey, sort of dull finish.
Yeah.
So it's only the courtyard elevation. Opposite, you've got a pink, property painted pink.
Yeah, I think if it's the colours acceptable to the district council colour scheme, is that correct? Choice of colours, isn't it?
Yeah, the colour's acceptable in terms of the impact on character and appearance.
So I'll move it then.
So you're happy to move it?
Chair.
Okay, Councillor Donnelly, are you happy to second it?
Yeah, I was there yesterday, and looking at the facing wall, I think the only solution is to render, because it's so deep, and it's no other way you can do it, so I'm happy to second it.
Anybody else wishing to speak in debate? Shouldn't think so. It's quite an easy one. All those in favour, please show. That's been passed. So moving on, item 8. There's a couple of appeals decisions. I know it's only for noting, but Chris, before I move it for noting, is there anything you want to say?
We have received another appeal decision in relation to enforcement action that was taken at a property at Bowl Hill, a property called Manor Lodge, where an enforcement notice was served requiring the cessation of the use of a building that was approved for office use as a dwelling, and that notice was upheld. So that's a good outcome, but that will feature in the next committee agenda.
Okay, so I'll move it for noting. Second. All those in favour, please show. Anyway, that brings a close to our planning committee. So the next planning committee will be the last week in